Major Sagana,
Go ahead!
we met with one of your squads.
Thank you, my lord. I shall give them new orders.
Wait, how do I play this game again? I might have one
It's
ammo.
clear. Proceed.
Holy terror. I just fought beside Space Marines.
We've been blessed, darling.
By his divine will.
Looks like a slaughter. No excuse for cowardice.
Auto bolt rifle. Bolt carbine. Bolt combat. Okay. My weapon loadout's pretty good. Oh, is that ammo? No. Oh, can I not jump?
Restocking.
Can't jump yet. Too fat. Oh, it's a melter rifle. I heard everyone likes the melter rifle. We'll try using this.
A fine gift from the forge.
I can still switch over to Docker full rifle. I don't know. Is this good? We'll try it out. Everyone's been talking about how good the melter rifle is. What's that? Sticks. Nice. That's it. Ooh, what's that? Got some grenades hanging from the ceiling. Jesus. Level design is on point. Go this way, so it's over here. Okay, they're just like throwables, I guess. I thought those were booby traps for a sec. Data slice.
Xenos monstrosities flanked us. That's when the deserters took off.
Oh, they're stalking bull
May
rifle.
the Emperor deliver
Apparently not
swift
swapped out for
retribution
the
to those that abandon their kin. We formed up
Close range
resisted as
thermal
best
weapon.
we
You know what?
could.
Actually,
Pulled back by inches, retrieving weapons from the
we'll
fallen.
try this out. We'll just
We
shoot
will
here.
fight to the end. For Cadia. For the Emperor.
Oh, okay, I can see why people like this. How far does this go? It's not a lot of ammo.
They will
though.
not get past this.
It's fine.
Xenos filth. Changing magazine.
Over here. Check every nook and cranny. Bolt rifle with grenade launcher. What's that? Nothing. It's just light leaking out of the ground.
Need to reload. orders to attack. Major, do you read?
This is Lieutenant Titus. Identify yourself.
Captain Hyden, sir. Our long-range comms
Is there a character page? No.
were damaged in battle.
They must be close. Hold fast, Captain.
Let's see what's over
We
here.
are coming.
Bolt pistol. There you got that. The ammo. Ammo. Hello, it doesn't load for me. Now it's loaded. Okay. What's up, Rusty? We're back at it again. Playing this extreme far right game. No DEI. No gay people in this game. This is a very manly man game. Heavy bolter. Ooh, tempting. But no, I want to stick with a sniper. It's easier at taking care of strong units from far away. What's that? Corpse. The dead. No, dude.
Facility is just beyond those gates.
There must be a console that opens them.
Reload!
Motherfucker.
Reloading weapon! Clearing the way. Reloading! Throwing frag grenade!
It's kind of hard to aim with jumping everywhere. Sorry, go down. Just throw a grenade at it. Oh shit.
Reload! Munitions secured.
Another one dead.
Restocking.
I shouldn't waste my ammo on these guys, but they're in the sights, so just gotta. Oh shit, there's more of them.
Frag grenade deployed. Reloading.
Okay. Oh shit.
Frag
Oh
grenade
shit.
out.
Because my grenades. ammo perks or something. Would be very nice to have. I don't feel super stressed out about ammo.
Reloading weapon.
Oh, here we go.
Resupplying.
Okay, I have 32 shots. It's over here. Oh, that's some grenades.
Loading up.
Sweet.
Restocking.
Oh, I'm full up on ammo, okay. Some more medical stims. I don't actually need to use them yet. We'll come back if I can. Pick that up. Anything over here? I wonder if they added any Easter eggs in this game. So much art, man. This whole game is so full of art. So cool to look at. Anything over here? I bet there's gonna be a shit ton of enemies after I press that button, so... Some medical stims over here. You jump down, can't go back up. Alright. Okay. Looks like there aren't any enemies. And then like an inventory expansion,
Zargana.
so...
Receiving!
We have made contact with Captain Iden.
Aiden! I thought him lost.
We are approaching his position now.
Can you patch me through?
Working on it.
Ooh, this looks like a boss fight. Can't go back now. Anything else in here? Ammo cache. I'm already full up on ammo. Alright, that's good. Let's get going. Oh, friendlies. Okay.
Link established. Go ahead, Major.
Captain Aiden. I thought you a dead man.
Not today, sir.
You're tougher than Grok's hide.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Aiden, we need to take back those orbital guns.
I've got armor ready to roll.
See it done, Captain.
Yes, sir. Let's give him a taste of Cadian
So
wrath.
small. Oh shit, here we go. We got a tank to support us.
Marksman.
Well, actually, technically, we support the tank. That's how it usually
With great
goes.
pleasure, my lord.
Infantry supports the armor. Right? Oh god.
For artillery!
That cursed gate is in our way.
Then let us remove it. Patrols must be nearby.
Soldiers, to your work.
Open the gates. Where?
Reload! Controls are in that tower. Make use of them.
I think I the bastards who shoot. Fuck. bases.
The Ascension's angel make yourself a reflection.
Any ammo? Let's go check over here. There's no timer on this mission, so might as well. Nothing over here. Oh, what's this? Medical stim. Don't need it. Could heal that sliver of health I missed, but nah. Big point.
Way is clear. Proceed.
Ooh, hey, no barking. What's that? Mushrooms. I thought they were like heads on spikes for a second.
Need to reload. Another one dead.
Some ammo over here. Oh. Looks like there's ammo. Not actually ammo. Oh, no wait, there's ammo. Okay,
Munitions secured.
over here. Multi rifle again.
Resupplying.
Alright, it's gonna be tough. Anyway, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, Woo. Oh, my puppy's asleep. She's being a nuisance.
Gate is opening.
Move your reckoning backsides through that gate now!
Move to link up with the
Through now.
Cadians. As you command, Lieutenant.
I feel like one Ultramarine, or one Space Marine is stronger than that tank.
Changing magazine.
Hey, over here. No. Where is it going? Super here. So might as well. I just get called this a super because I'm a Destiny player. We'll use pop or super here. Fuck you.
Lieutenant, navigating through this facility will take time.
A little redecorating will speed things up, my lord.
Ow, what the fuck was that? It's rolled over explicitly. We'll heal up with back on that backpack. Oh wow, so much ammo.
Restocking.
Uh-oh. A lot of ammo here. Oh my god. That's why there's a lot of ammo. I wonder if this has pierce through.
Reloading weapon.
Like, if this weapon pierced through multiple enemies, this would be a very good board control weapon as well.
What is that?
Someone through.
Let's try
Take
aim
it
for the
down.
head.
While it lives, the other creatures are harder to kill. Munitions secured.
He's down now, he's still alive. That's
No one broke eliminated.
Ah, man. What am I doing?
The Emperor protects.
Mother. That's bad.
Target destroyed.
Oh, I barely, almost did not get that executed.
Major, we have retaken the facility.
Praise the Emperor. Boarding a Valkyrie now, heading to you.
Clear!
Get these guns online! Move! We'll punch a hole in those hive ships so big you can fly a frigate through it!
It won't let that happen without a fight.
It's...
The hive mind. The Tyranid's powerful collective intelligence. Not to be underestimated.
Major, the guns are in a zero state of charge. It will take time to wake the machine spirit.
Hurry!
The Tyranids will throw everything they have at this facility.
This is Major Sarkana. Divert 2nd and 3rd platoon to the orbital guns immediately.
Copy that, sir.
Let's show these bastards what the 8th are made of!
Oh shit, just press Q. That's not good. Oh well.
Major, we need to establish a perimeter.
My troops are in defensive positions. They'll hold.
The enemy will try to scale these walls. Do not let them. I have no plans to.
Not let them scale the walls, alright.
Victory.
I'll stay up here because I know there's an ammo thing.
Reloading!
Is this even wise? Just like fire it out.
Resupplying.
Okay, head down there. If there's anything up here. There's that area.
Reload!
Assemble.
Swapping power packs! Northern wall is breached. Concentrate your fire. No hesitation.
Can't block, that's cheating.
Deploy frag grenades. Get them off that wall. Well, please remain for 3 seconds. Vermin stuff.
Lieutenant, the orbital guns are functional, but the targeting system is jammed. It needs to be reset manually.
And I need like an explosive,
Runners, let us make
more
haste.
controlling sniper rifle. That's my thing. There's the targeting system. Where is that? Grab some ammo and then we'll pick up.
Restocking.
An AoE sniper rifle, rocket launcher maybe. Yeah, some flak grenades.
Restocking. Munitions secured.
Jesus.
Assist where possible, but do not linger. The targeting system is our priority. Yes, my lord.
Eyes at the ready!
It does not give a shit about getting shot in the face.
Changing magazine.
Yeah, stronger sniper rifle. Anything over here? You're right.
My lord, this elevator will take you up to the controls.
We'll keep the Xenos off your back.
Emperor protect you.
I bet there's somebody over here. Delta rifle. Maybe I should use this.
Restocking.
Plasma pistol. What is that?
Only fire!
Rapid fire mid-range plasma pistol.
Keep
Charge.
safe their holy mechanisms, but let their data be lost.
Don't know.
The secrets
Try it out.
we Adeptus Mechanicus coast from their caches. It is better we should never have
What the
known.
heck?
Let what comes next be swift.
We'll try this out.
I
This thing's
invoke
kind of
the
fun.
machine
Although the
god.
heavy bolter rifle
Let
might be
the
better.
fabricator general know not what we have found.
Like a sniper offhand.
Major Sarkana, we are almost at the targeting system.
You need to manually raise the petals of the satellite dish.
We will see it done. Major, I see the mechanisms. Stand by.
Be alert. The Tyranids have taken notice of you.
Let them come. Keep them off me while I get this done.
God, I have to keep holding this.
Incoming mine! One down.
Let's try to kill this one. Ah!
On your feet!
I think my heavy bolter pistol is better.
Go for the next one.
Ah, my god.
Frag grenade out!
Oh, get that. What the fuck is that? Wait, a brother is incapacitated. Reviving. Where? Wait, he's back up. Oh my god. Oh shit's hitting me. Ah, fuck. Grenade at my feet. It's bad. Oh my fucking god. Why are they still not dead? It's like all these little shits there are still alive. They're dead. There's like one or two still alive. Everybody's hitting me. What is that? It's a shit quest. Oh my
Lord,
god,
we
okay.
cannot use the guns until we raise those petals.
Oh my god. Why is this in the way? Oh my god, seriously. Not good, I'm dead. Yeah. I just wasn't fast enough. I just had to rush all the... Am I swinging or not? I am. So you gotta ignore the little shits. Because if they don't stop spawning, they'll just keep spawning. It doesn't matter. Using that sniper.
Reload!
A little bit too many of these. These went down. Look, they're still alive. How are they still alive? I thought you killed them. Oh my god, there's more of them. Like, there's no time to actually spin this wheel. Oh man. Well, I guess
My
that's
lord,
it.
the gargoyles are heading for the antenna.
God, it's a horrible mission. I have no ammo as well. Nice. Okay. Guess I'll just suicide rush all the objective points and just ignore fighting. Oh wait, is this the next section now? Did I finish that? Is that why I don't have full ammo? Is I actually successfully completed it?
the antenna!
Crack grenades stick to enemies and deal significant damage. I know they use
Grabbing equipment.
Oh, my just defend that.
The enemy have damaged the antenna!
Is there a way to just restart the mission? I was like looking around for loot. This thing's getting destroyed.
Throwing crack grenade!
Anything else I needed?
More gargoyles headed for the antenna!
Tennessee has been swarmed. Where's the Tennessee? Oh, it's all the way over there. Of course. Okay, just throw a grenade. I didn't really good. Oh my god, what is hitting me? Oh my god, what the hell?
The enemy have damaged the antenna!
Holy shit, dude. Where are these things coming from? They're spawning like from behind me.
Better.
The enemy are going for the antenna! Eliminate them!
Reload!
Oh my god. Oh, what am I stuck?
Ammunition!
The enemy have damaged the antenna!
I'm out of ammo. If I super nearby, oh man, I only see the super. Fucking see. There's the one shooting me at everywhere. Oh my god.
Restocking!
Where's D? Holy shit.
The enemy have damaged the antenna!
Oh my god, where's my teammates, man?
We must hold them back!
This is no joke. Oh my god.
Recovering!
Oh, I have to defend 2 spots.
Another one!
We must hold them back!
What even is this?
Stabilizing rifles! Reloading weapons!
Totally out of ammo. Where's the ammo box? It's around here somewhere.
My lord, the antenna has sustained significant damage! My lord, the antenna has sustained significant
Yeah, no
damage!
shit. What the hell is that? Oh my god, dude.
Cannot get up!
I'm dead.
Focus your range!
Yeah, this is a lost cause. There's too many enemies. I don't know. I don't have enough firepower. This is not a fun mission. Defend the targeting system. Alright, we know where the ammo cache is. It's over here. Stock up. I like how they say defend the targeting system, but they don't say which tower. Where is it? There. How come my teammates aren't helping out? Like, they aren't like shooting the enemies. How are they just standing there? Oh, they kind of are, but they also kind of aren't.
Restocking.
Alright, next ones that get targeted are like over here. One over here that gets targeted. Oh, shit, that's not good.
More gargoyles headed for the antenna.
Which one?
Take out those mines.
It's hitting me. Something's hitting me from God knows
They
where.
are going for the antenna. Eliminate them.
I need a button that just switches weapons instead of
The enemy
wanting
have
to
damaged the
for.
antenna.
I just need to have one button that switches.
The enemy have damaged the antenna.
Every dog's fan. Oh my god. Okay, I need to go grab some ammo and also defend that point.
The enemy have damaged the antenna.
Fuck all of you. Have some grenades.
Changing magazine. They never learn. Better.
Motherfucker is hitting me from behind. Doing so much
Must hold
damage.
them back.
Deploying crackers.
Motherfucker. I'm dead. I'm here. Man.
Almost there. The Emperor is with us, brother.
Only these super marines actually acted like super
My
marines
lord,
instead of
the antenna has sustained significant damage.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Why is this quest so bad? Like, what am I supposed to do here? I don't even understand. Wait, I can't go through that? Too fat? I'm dead. Yeah, 4%. There's too much shit hitting me. Like, the attrition war. Oh my god. There's no cover at all either. Just... It's a circle. How come some of these towers, they get protected very quickly like that, and then other times it takes fucking forever.
Munitions secured.
What is up with that?
Loading up.
How is this guy shooting through the wall?
More gargoyles headed for the antenna.
Oh fuck. Yeah, they just come out of nowhere with no warning.
Restocking.
It's balls of death.
The enemy are going for the antenna. Eliminate them. The enemy have damaged the antenna. The enemy have damaged the antenna.
I wonder if I should just like ignore everything and just... That's what I've been trying to do, but it doesn't really seem to work very well.
Deployed. Munitions secured.
Okay. That's not gonna work. Even if I just use my super to...
We must hold them back. The enemy have damaged the antenna.
What the fuck, man? Oh my god! Get me out of here, get me out of here. Oh my god, man.
The Emperor protects.
Yeah, like, this last fight, man. This last tower in
My
particular.
lord, the antenna has sustained significant damage. We
Okay,
must
I'm just
hold
gonna
them
ignore
back.
those. Like, this thing's like... Oh, fuck, here we go. Okay, yeah. What are these guys doing? They're just standing there. They're not doing anything.
Time to get up.
What even is this mission?
I am up.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I know what to do. Just ignore everything. Don't get hit. Ignore everything except for the objective and don't get hit. That's the only way to actually beat this level. I don't know how else you're gonna be able to do that. Can't tell which ones are dead and which ones are still hanging on. Bit annoying.
Restocking.
Yeah, this guy's just shooting through the fucking wall. Are the hitbox actually that good? Like some shit.
More gargoyles headed for the antenna.
Oh my god.
The enemy are going for
They really
the
do just
antenna.
come out of nowhere.
Eliminate them. The enemy have damaged the antenna.
Yeah, you see, they're like still stuck on, but they're obviously dead. So
The enemy have damaged the antenna!
Clearing away. Who is next?
We must hold them back! The enemy have damaged the antenna!
I wonder if I can just like pop a grenade in there. Oh, there we go. That helped a bit. Oh my god. There we go. Did it. It's a grenade. That is the grenades.
Another one dead.
That's like a death beam of death. I like how there's like infinite dodge. Kind of OP. The fuck? What even hit me?
Reloading. Psycho bioform destroyed. Resupplying.
Grenades.
Grabbing equipment. Throwing frag grenade. Recovering. Restocking. Need to reload. They never
This
left.
quest.
Resupplying.
Like you'd think after like, what, 3 decades of gaming? Like escort quests are usually not very fun. Who knows?
Need to reload.
The guns are ready! Use the terminal to begin targeting!
Okay. Grab everything first.
Munitions secured.
My lord, we must not delay. Make use of the terminal to initiate... Targets locked! Let us relish the sight of those vile ships burning!
Lieutenant, Captain Akaran has new orders for you.
Very well.
Where is Elian?
The enemy tried to smother us. We got separated. By the time we had slain the attackers, Elian was dead. Something put a hole clean through his helmet.
I should have been with you.
I only wish he had lived to see that hive ship burn.
I fought beside Elian for 2 decades. He could not have been defeated by Hormigans.
There are creatures more deadly than Hormigons down there.
You should not have let our squad be divided.
He is gone, Sergeant. Duty is all.
I do not forget my brothers so quickly.
Change between operations and eternal mode. Yay.
There can be no question as to their integrity.
It is useless debating with you two. I would get more sense out of the statues at the Temple of Hera.
Can I go back? I can't go back. I wanted to go back, but they're just making me go forward, so I have to go select the mission again. What the heck is this guy? Okay, well this looks like a good spot to take a break. How do I switch class again? What the heck? Who is this guy? I keep pressing escape, it's like keeps switching. What the heck? I wonder if I click on this, it'll send me over. Are you sure you want to change the current game mode? Accept. This should switch me back to the main character guy, right? Yeah, there we go. Now, wait. I have to watch this again?
Captain Akaran has new orders for you.
Very well.
Where is Elian?
Oh no.
The enemy tried to
stuck.
smother us. We got separated. By the time we had slain the attackers,
I have to
Elian was
watch this
dead.
again.
Something
Why
put a
and
hole
Squad?
clean through his helmet.
I should have been with you.
I only wish he had lived to see that hive ship burn.
Is there multiplayer now?
I fought beside Elian for 2
I
decades.
heard there's like a
He could not have been defeated by Hormigans.
if I switch modes.
There are creatures more deadly than Hormigons down there.
I heard
You should not have let our squad be divided.
He is gone, Sergeant.
Bulwark. I heard there's like a way to like there's a shop somewhere. Take a look at the shop. How come these guys aren't wearing helmets? Game helmet visibility on. He has no helmet. Okay. Where's the armor? Section B. Like, is there a hub yet? I bet there's a hub around here somewhere. Is that it? Armoring hall, okay. Okay. Yeah, this is what I wanted to look at. Wow. Here we go. Achieve victory in 37 missions in operation mode, or matches in Eternal War mode to unlock. Sure. That's the sniper helmets, huh? Maybe I should play something else then. Wow. Bulwark could be interesting. Shield class. Do I have to complete the campaign? We'll do one more mission in the campaign and then we'll switch over to sculpting. Watch this again.
Lieutenant, Captain Akaran has new orders for you.
Very well.
Where is Elliot?
The enemy tried to smother us. We got separated. By the time we had slain the attackers, Elian was dead. Something put a hole clean through his helmet.
I should have been with you.
I only wish he had lived to see that hive ship burn.
I fought beside Elian for 2 decades. He could not have been defeated by Hormigans.
There are creatures more deadly than Hormigons down there.
You should not have let our squad be divided.
He is gone, Sergeant. Duty is over.
Oh, I can't go over
I
here
do not
because I'm
forget my brothers so quickly.
playing the campaign mode. New armor customization.
As to their integrity,
It is useless debating.
Lieutenant, I was informed you arrived with Lord Kalga. Did you fight with him on Vigilus? I've read through those battle reports more than 100 times. A masterful defense.
My duty kept me busy elsewhere.
you have an unusual service record.
That is my good fortune.
I want a scout recon of that position.
Captain,
Get over here.
Captain, I have the Mechanicus on Vox.
They can wait. This is Nozick Beta 12, a Mechanicus Archmagos. He should have been aboard this ship an hour ago, but he refuses to leave Kadaku without some data from his lab. He's currently in this Imperial Guard base. His facility is here. The enemy is closing in. That base will be overrun imminently. Nozick is a high-value asset. Get that data and get him out.
the mining facility. If we rupture the staging tanks, direct the flow into the valley, we can ignite the fields around the base.
Boil them in Promethium. I'll give you command of a small team to hit the staging tanks. 3 men. That's all I can spare. Brief them immediately.
Yes, Captain.
Retrieve
Like the
Mechanicus
Scottish
data.
accents. It's
We
very
are
nice.
Astartes.
Like everyone are Warcraft
Make
Greek
ready to
words.
depart.
Standing by.
Well, well. Lieutenant Titus.
Well,
We are
well.
told you have need of us, brother.
My squad must recover data from a Mechanicus research facility in Sector 41A. A large enemy swarm threatens to overrun both that facility and an Imperial Guard base to its east. You will sabotage a Promethium refinery to delay their advance.
We will not fail you, Lieutenant.
Let us burn the Xenos filth.
Time is short. I will brief you on descent.
Brother, Magos Galio wishes to see you in the armory.
Noted.
Oh, now we get the
If you have not been issued a fire blaster for this task, then get one from the armory immediately. We must burn any biohazards clinging to the fuselage before the flight crews conduct maintenance.
Yours is a face I have not met in quite some time, Titus.
You requested my presence.
How are you acclimating to your new status?
I have no complaints.
Intriguing. Predictions would determine a 0.9 probability that you would.
I have pressing duties, Magos.
Very well. Engage the armory terminal. I will see that you are suitably equipped for your mission.
Oh, customize your war gear. Okay.
Indicate your desired war gear, and the armoring station will handle the outfitting procedure, though much has changed since we last met. All this will remain familiar to you. The Omnissiah blessed us with clear-sightedness from the beginning. We offer blessings to this machine, that it may serve you just as it serves him.
Operation. Bolt rifle, plasma rifle, or heavy bolt rifle? Bolt pistol. Heavy bolt pistol honestly was really good. Plasma bolt pistol is, I don't know, not really my weapon. Bolt rifle, fully automatic precision rifle. We're gonna pick up stuff anyway. Melta rifle maybe? We'll try out the Melta rifle. Like heavy bolt pistol could be my long range. Accuracy 6. 5, 4. Yeah, so heavy is the most accurate. Combat knife, chainsaw. So let's do that then. Appearance? There's only one appearance. Left shift preview.
The war gear selection seems incomplete.
This armory is comprehensive, but available options are those recommended for the current mission.
Very well. My thanks, Magos.
Galio will suffice.
We'll use the Melta for like the heavies. I'm gonna use the heavy bolt rifle for everything else.
Brother Titus, you leave on a mission of vital importance. The battlefield below leaves no room for the slightest error of judgment.
I am of clear mind and purpose.
May the directives of our beloved Primarch guide your every action. I shall follow your progress closely.
I will reflect on your words, Chaplain. But for now, duty calls.
Requires the combined efforts of 2 squads. Separate combat squad of Space Marines will provide Titus with a diversion. Find out how their story unfolds by playing the Inferno mission in Operations game mode. Okay. We'll do the Inferno mission after this. Well, maybe next stream. Reach the Adeptus Mechanicus facility. Retrieve Nozick's research data.
Archmagos, for the last time, we must get you off-world!
Assessment equals inordinate ignorance.
We'll be overrun in minutes!
By the Omnissiah, cease interruptions.
Major.
man finally sends me what I asked for.
Archmagos, it is imperative you evacuate immediately.
Detroit will not leave without the data. Relocate to my facility. I will instruct Servervox.
Make ready to leave. This will not take long. Major, I have a second unit working on a theoretical that should buy you some time.
My lord! I've lost 3 squads trying to reach that lab. We think something's out there.
Noted.
The Emperor protects.
Okay.
Identify lab location equal to far side of swamp. Reiterate. Time factor. Critical.
We will Vox when we have an update.
See that you do. We will never get this planet's stench out of our armor.
Compared to your usual aura, it is an improvement, brother.
Deeply amusing.
Thalassa, the Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
Reaching the facility now.
You are making good time. You're going to need it.
What was that?
We are being hunted.
Combat knife bolt rifle with grenade launcher. It's over here. Got a plasma pistol. Dead space.
Septimus. Damn it.
This is the work of a lictor.
Sergeant Gadriel to Resilient. 2 of our brothers have fallen in battle. Send an apothecary.
Received. We shall honor them, Brother Sergeant.
Creepy. They just snipe them from here.
Raging magazine.
Wow, the range on this is actually quite good.
Need to reload.
What the fuck is that? Alright, we'll try this out. Not too shabby. It's alright.
Target.
It's not free shit. Okay, around. How do I decide that? Wow, one shot extra.
Another
My
one
main weapon
dead.
now. Two shots. Maybe the first one is very low. Oh, no.
Tyranids, take my sight.
Poisoned.
Frag grenade out.
What
That
was
opening offers a shortcut.
Grenade
Then
execute.
we shall take it.
They really need to. This visual debuff is really bad. It lasts way too long. Melta rifle again. Okay.
Resupplying.
Guardian Relic.
I am his until death.
Guardian Relics can be used to cover from incapacitation. Okay. Well, that's execute button.
They never learn.
Never saw the attack coming.
This frivolous inefficiency is unacceptable. Reiterate, research data at risk.
Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, super huge.
Restocking.
This game needs like a radar, like SA2. My situational awareness is
Vermin exterminated.
any ammo. Check back here, see if there's any ammo. Or crack grenades. You only carry 2 of these?
Restocking.
Controls. Like switch to secondary and primary, these can be just one button because you only have a primary and you only have a secondary. You don't have a tertiary weapon.
Resupplying.
Got the Stalker Bolt Rifle again. Could be good. We'll keep going with the Melta Rifle. Heavy Bolt.
Snipers! Watch your sidelines!
Yeah, maybe we will go for the Stalker Bolt Rifle.
This will serve you well.
I really want you to like use the sniper against the sniper.
Xenos toxin! Need to reload!
Well, I guess I'm just out of the combat for the longest time ever. Where's the sniper? Did he jump down?
Let us get to work.
Of course, there's a sniper that just shows up when I'm out of cover.
Changing magazine.
We're gonna take the high road.
War gear prime. Munitions secured.
It's over here. I think this goes on forward, but on that knife, jeez. There we go. Finally some good loot.
We can cut through this bunker.
Gather by the entrance.
Small arms fire. It sounds close.
Assist them.
Oh my god.
For the Emperor!
Reload. Right back for this. Grab it. Do not stop moving.
Ah, fuck.
Restocking. Ravener eliminated.
I should just really not worry about ammo here because there's an ammo box right behind me. Oh, no.
Loading up.
What are you guys doing? The AI uses it work.
Acadians did themselves proud.
They died honorably.
Come. Our own duty is not yet done. It is here.
By what evidence? Something is off.
Watch your backs. This is it. Weapons ready.
Come and taste death.
Wow,
vermin.
okay, that's a lot of stuff. Well, don't see anything here. Must have been the wind. Rats, definitely rats.
Face me, coward.
Changing magazine. Munitions secured. Need to reload.
Very interesting fight. That's dead.
Watch your flanks.
Now Lictor requires something.
Reloading weapon.
Ah, fuck.
See those tricks.
Jesus Christ. Never stops attacking. What even is this?
Ready to deploy special tactics.
Man, those windows are really fucking tight. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Why is everything in this game so cancerous?
Major Sarkana, you were correct. There was a lictor out here.
I suspect you have already dealt with it.
Indeed. It will not trouble you again.
Very good, my lord.
Reload! Restocking! One moment, brothers.
The Lictor is a capable foe.
A welcome challenge.
Were the Lieutenant not with us, I fear we would have joined Cordalis and Septimus.
Perhaps they faced more than one.
No. Lictors hunt alone.
The facility is in ruin.
Let us hope Nozik's research remains intact.
Archmagos, we have arrived.
At last, move to the lower levels. If lifts are functioning, route equals direct.
If.
Or I should go back to the Stalker bolt rifle. Yeah, that's the right choice. Fuck.
Another one dead.
Motherfucker is like launching grenades from out of sight. Out of line of sight over there. It's crazy.
Target destroyed. Reloading weapon. Archmagos, the entrance is inoperative.
Stand by. Proceed.
Expect enemy presence.
Lots of rippers. I hear them all around.
Holy Sesgun, may the Emperor guide thy shots.
How many rounds do you have?
Rally at the elevator.
Verify. Your signature is detected. 119. Disappointingly slow progress for Anastasis.
Spare me the insults, Magos.
Statement error. Insults. I engage in pure analysis. Locate primary transmitter. Coordinates inbound.
I have had more pleasant conversations with orcs.
We have arrived at Nozik's facility. Run distraction efforts as long as you can.
I will fight in the thick of his Xenos as long as you need.
I will hold you to that. Brother, they got inside his armor.
He deserved
Got
better.
inside his armor.
This Pyoblaster will serve us well against Rippers.
Pyoblaster.
Casualty resilient.
Sure, we'll use it.
Brother Decius has fallen.
Received. Location marked for apothecary. Our brother's sacrifice will be remembered.
Rippers, here they come.
What the fuck?
Ranged weapons only!
Kick them back with the Pyoblaster while we thin their numbers.
Definitely for this guy.
Restocking!
There must be thousands.
That door looks like our exit. Clear a path through those vermin.
Our outage detected. Exit door inoperative. Solution. Restore power.
We need instructions.
Power system controls at your current location.
They are regathering themselves. Do not get too close. Power up sequence initiated.
Secret conduits flow. Faults detected in the line matrices. Exercising.
Oh, fuck.
Components will find machine horsepower. Redistributing load according to code rules.
Maintain distance.
It's really not good.
Need ammunition.
Waylaying submarine network. Restoration imminent. Power is restored. Proceed.
Move to the door.
These vermin dare obstruct us. We shall punish their boldness. The Rippers, they retreat.
Disoriented by the synaptic shock.
The floor is clear. Let's go.
Changing magazine.
Throwing grenades instead of melee. Oh, that's because my melee grenade button is set to my... No, my grenade button is set to my melee in Destiny 2.
Reloading weapon.
That's why I keep throwing grenades back
These
to punch.
abominations are busy with something.
They gather biomass,
Humans.
dissolved and collected later.
By feeding tubes lowered from orbit. Vile. The sooner we exterminate these horrors, the better. Reloading.
Munitions secured.
It's more pirate ammo.
Resupplying. Restocking.
Pirate blast coming behind me.
Munitions secured.
Store mines.
Restocking.
Is 400 the max? Yeah, it is.
Kyra, what is ahead?
We need to cross this room. Reloading.
Special tactics ready.
Oh yeah, sure. Don't execute him. Just like run back.
Another one dead.
Med packs around here. Auto bolt rifle. Oh, here's one. No? Already a relic.
I am his until death.
Go ahead and grab some more ammo. Before we go.
Munitions secured.
Man, I might as well just use the med pack.
The Emperor protects.
Okay, get some more ammo back here. Oh, this should be a heavy. It's actually pretty fun.
More scurrying vermin.
Ugh, gross. Whoa, what's that?
Stay back, brother.
Oh, fuck.
Going for it. Watch for the psychic blast.
I need some cover, Jesus. Oh my god. Can't see shit.
They never rest. Hold on, brothers. Hey. I am up.
Where does this even go? Like supposed to stand by the... Locate the transmitter? Where's this transmitter? How am I supposed to locate the transmitter right now? Let's see, like, under this. Oh my god, this... Everything about this game is cancerous, I swear. Like, where am I supposed to go? Yeah, I don't know. Locate the transmitter. Okay. Maybe it's over here, because I haven't searched back here yet. Is that it? Particle sticks? No, that's not it. Yeah, no shit. I have no idea where this transmitter is. And these guys don't like, they don't die, they're invincible. Blasted that guy so much with the flamethrowers and everything. Maybe it's over here.
Munitions secured.
It's like dodge roll, cover.
This is Decimus. Wish you could see these dead bastards. By the Primarch, we have set a mighty fire this day. Tentative biosigns down 90% and falling. Swarm annihilation.
Oh, that's it. Dead here.
Excellent work.
Nothing dead. Oh, interact. Maybe I can get there in time. Or not, maybe.
Range weapons only.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man.
One moment, brother.
What the fuck was that?
Restocking.
Okay, well, I'll switch back to the stalker
This
bolt. They're
will
giving me
serve
this
you
now,
well.
so hopefully that's the end of that. No, wait, is it the end? I really do not like the end. Oh my god!
Still draw breath.
Frag grenade deployed.
Now I know what it's like to play in 1920 1080p. What's the 1920 1080p simulator?
Sustained heavy
Scepter armor with jump
Dude,
packs.
look at that, that's pretty sick.
It has been some
Service
time
house.
since I brought death from above.
The day is not yet done, brother.
Archmagos, we have reached the transmitter.
Analysis. Efficiency level below expectations.
Here we
And they really just... This is the Pyre Blaster levels. God. So fucking annoying.
I can make the repairs myself via the one system is in your honor.
Will that interfere with operation?
Negative. And keep close proximity to the terminal while I work. Connectivity range
Oh,
limited.
fuck this.
Archmagos, begin your work.
Establishing connection.
Tyranny incoming.
ready to deploy special tactics. My armor is breached. On the front!
Oh, fuck, where did you do that?
His name I will fight!
Generator equal to full state charge. Activate objective to subsequent generator.
I've been immunity frames on. Activating.
Connecting to systems. Emphasize. Maintain zero translation.
In other words, do not move. Sustained heavy damage. Munitions secured.
Dead.
Jesus, get back in the fight. Strength. Restocking. Fight back.
Complete. Generators activated.
Oh my god, where do we go now? Holy fuck, what is hitting me? Like, what am I even supposed to do here? Jesus Christ. Like, I can't even fight back because everything is hitting me at the same time. If I just like roll around in circles and oh my god, thank god.
Loading up. Resupplying.
I just like permanently dodge. It's good that he didn't need like a stamina bar to dodge.
Activate control room console to commence transmission. They are pulling back. Be prepared for their next
There we go,
attack.
infinite dodge mode activated. That's how you play this game.
Recovering.
Analysis transmission active. Data incoming. Lost. Denied. Classified. Leave such matters to me. Report. Transmission complete. Your assistance is no longer required.
Major Sarkana, please escort Nozick to the Thunderhawk and get him off world.
Yes, my lord. With pleasure.
I shall be glad to be rid of these trivial duties. As I will be glad to cease the flapping of this repugnant flesh voice.
Time to go.
This elevator goes to the rooftop.
can't look at my Space Marine directly.
Archmagus, confirm receipt of data stream.
This is Lirio. Transmission received. Nozick is on the Thunderhawk, standing by.
Get him out of here.
Yes, sir.
Major Sarkana, what's your status?
We've lost a lot of men, a lot of heavy rounds, but we're still in the fight.
We're coming to you now. Nozick, will they hit? Lirio, do you read me? Major, did you see what happened?
No idea! We saw no impact!
That is territory claimed by the swarms. We need to reach it, fast. There was an armoring chamber below. Jump packs. Sir, the guardsmen.
With respect, my lord! We're Cadians! We can take care of ourselves!
The Tyranids will swarm the crash
site. Hold Q to jump high in the air. Press Q to perform a long dash. On the ground or in the air. Okay. Okay. Press left shift to briefly hover in the air.
If Nozick is still alive, his time is limited.
Our brothers aboard that Thunderhawk will make quick work of the Tyranids.
I hope they survived.
Do not admit such a thought.
Yeah,
Too
regenerates
many of
pretty
us have
quickly.
fallen today.
We are at war. And death waits for all of us.
Can I actually get up there with this?
Engaging thrusters.
Okay, maybe not. I have to get higher. Let's go over there. That's my best. There we go. Where's my weapon? Bolt rifle. Ooh, okay.
Moving.
Whoa. Okay, well, I'll let my jetpack regen then.
Xenos vermin!
Take full advantage of the jump packs.
Come down upon them like lightning bolts!
Redeploy. Restocking.
There we go, stocking
They
bolt
will
rifle.
not get past this. Clearing the way.
Where's my teammates? Oh.
Munitions secured. Vermin exterminated. Need to reload. Resupplying.
Fuck.
Jump pack engaged.
Wait, what? Oops. I going the wrong way?
Repositioning!
Might be going the wrong way. Maybe the quest marker is just fucked up.
Jump back engaged! Target destroyed. Engaging process.
I can't aim. Jetpack is pretty fun. Jetpack plus sniper might be my the way to go. Let's ignore this.
Restocking.
What's that? Or air pump or something?
Someone charge.
Like these guys just like spawn out of nowhere. There's no warning to like where they come from. Like what the fuck? Where? Where am I getting shot from? Oh, up here? Oh my god.
Every delay risks the lives of our brothers. Move this wall now.
Zoanthrope eliminated. Resupplying. Moving! We are wasting time. Get those charges in position. Munitions secured.
Where the fuck am I getting? Oh, jeez.
Repositioning.
Brothers, we have no time. Let us blow this damn wall.
Calm down. Jesus.
Melter charge in position.
Why did I just lose so much health? What the fuck was that? I just like lost half my health somehow. What, do I shoot it now?
Reload.
Oh, I need to find 4 of these.
Wasting time. Get those charges in position. Explosives ready.
There's a sniper somewhere.
Engaging process. Melter charge set. Charge arm.
Charges in position.
Clear the blast area. Blow it.
With pleasure.
This doesn't look good. Oh, he's dead.
Chaos. Sweep the area.
Did you say America? America. Why is it so laggy?
Brother! I'm fine. It must be the Rubicon surgery. When? 2 days. Find it! Hurry!
We should go.
I said I'm fine.
Nozick is dead. Mission is over.
Whoever did this is long gone.
My lord, we cannot take you.
Switch over to sculpting after this. Let's see.
We cannot allow you on board.
Our lieutenant is needed unless you intend to strike. We are getting called out.
I'm watching the replay of the stream and how do you get such poor optimization on your cinematics?
The captain is withholding something.
Acheran will not deceive us, Gadriel.
Then where did Dimitri and Titus serve previously? And why is he back in battle so soon after such grievous
Alright, well,
surgery?
end it here.
Sergeant Ventiad
see if it hasn't crashed my PC by quitting. Hello? Game? Okay, well, I'm just gonna force delete the game and then hope that it's saved the checkpoint because I'm not waiting for that.
Officials are investigating the partial collapse of a bridge in the eastern city of Dresden. No injuries were reported, but shipping on the River Elbe has been halted, leading to major disruptions.
It happened in the wee hours of the morning. A roughly 100-meter-long section of the Karola Bridge, which connects Dresden's historic center to other parts of the city, collapsed into the Elbe River. Thankfully, there were no injuries reported. But authorities say there is a risk of further sections crumbling.
At present, the situation is such that the bridge is still in acute danger of collapsing, at least the section that has partly come down in the River Elbe. There's an acute danger to life on and under the bridge. For this reason, the entire area has been cordoned off.
The part of the bridge that fell down was dedicated to tram lines and pedestrians. The section for road vehicles was not affected. Local residents were aghast when they woke to the news.
When you see that from other countries, you think it's another construction mistake. But when you see it right here in front of the door in the early morning, fortunately, there were no injuries or trams on the road. It's really frightening. It's simply unimaginable that something like this is happening here and now in our country. I couldn't believe it this morning. I thought it might happen in Genoa or somewhere in the USA, but not here. And to be honest, I'm slowly but surely beginning to believe that it's symptomatic that things like this are happening.
Active hands in the field. Looks like another warsat is disabled. Let's grab it before the Hive get to it.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create—
Dude, the graphics on this is crazy, man.
—your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi. You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences,
It literally
gates,
is
and ladders.
Entire year of content planned for us, literally 4 seasons. But I've hit the 50-hour mark. I've done what I wanted to do. I've beaten the hardest content in the game. I've played around inside of PvP. I've done the campaign. And now I feel empty inside. A very common trait I feel after playing a really good game. And by the way, this is my first Warhammer experience. And so I'm kind of getting hit from all sides here, man. But I want to address many of the questions you have about Space Marines 2. Everything from what is the class system like? like? How is the campaign? What does the core gameplay feel like? What is the quote-unquote end game? And what's the plan for Space Marines 2? Well, something I want to address before we get into any of those things is that this is not a one and done game. This is not a, hey, I'm gonna go sink 10, 15 hours into the campaign. That's gonna be my experience. I'm gonna drop brother like 1,000 times, and there you go. That's Space Marines 2. Turns out, no, this game has a year of content planned. Matter of fact, it's a year of dense content. Season 2, which is gonna be right here in 2024, which I'm assuming is gonna launch here in October, is gonna include new PvE missions, a difficulty called Lethal, and a new enemy type. And this will continue into 2025. Matter of fact, every one of these seasons, get this guys, is bringing a whole new alien race, a whole new enemy type. And let me just say, I know nothing about Warhammer outside of what I've just experienced in this game, and also the 1-hour lore video we watched on Titus leading up to the launch of this game. But in terms of new enemy types, I have no idea what's going to be added. Some people said things like the Krons. I don't even know what those are. I think there was another enemy race people brought up called the Tau. Maybe the Tau. I'm probably killing these pronunciations, but the point is that a new enemy type is literally going to be coming every single season, with season 3 emphasizing PvP game modes, PvP arenas, and yes, there is PvP in this game, guys, and it's actually pretty fun. I enjoyed it. There's also going to be PvE prestige ranks, but season 4 is the one that I'm most interested in, and that's because they're introducing a horde mode. Now, let me just say, I wish we got that horde mode right now. A horde mode would go so hard. It's probably not even ready though, and again, that's a season 4 thing, but we are getting that new lethal difficulty literally right around the corner in October. So yeah, guys, this is not a game that's just like, hey, here's your campaign, one and done. GG's, hope you had a good time. See you in the next one. No, this game is very much in the same vein of games that we've played for years. I mean, I play Destiny all the time, and the fact that this game has both PvE and PvP with updates that are going to be coming over the next year, look, man, I'm all for it. With that being said, though, none of that matters if the core of the game itself, the gameplay, the characters, the progression, the fantasy, it's something that really pulls me in is the power fantasy. Am I actually getting stronger? This roadmap matters not if those things don't hit. And in the year of 2024, let me just say live service games, which is what Space Marine 2 is really trying to be here. Live service games have not been received well. Hell, look what happened with Suicide Squad. Now, personally, I don't really have anything against live service games because I like good games. And if good games have more content that are going to continue to roll out the next year or even longer, guys, I'm okay with that. I think the only issue I really have is whenever a game obviously cuts out content to then move to the roadmap to be chopped up. But if the game is fun, if it's got great core gameplay, if the story is intriguing, if the characters are interesting, and if there is a progression and loot chase there that pulls me in and says, hey, keep going, keep getting stronger, then fellas, I'm all for it. More content? Hell yeah. With that being said though, if you picked up Space Marine 2, whether in early access or when the game actually launches, you'll be met with the campaign. This will be following the story of Titus, who is a Space Marine that's literally 400 years old. I'm very much new to all this, but look, listening to different lore videos from the other day, Warhammer lore goes hard. With that being said, it's more of a story of like redemption in a lot of ways, probably based on his experience in Space Marines 1, his relationship with his new squad. It's a pretty good story. With a lengthy campaign, I would say, depending on the difficulty that you tackle it in, it could take you between 10 and 15 hours. Now, I did the story on Veteran, and it took me roughly 10 hours to complete, but I'm sure if you did it on like normal or whatever, you'll breeze through pretty easily. With that being said though, I want to make this very clear. Nothing you do in the campaign carries over to the online portion of Space Marines. Matter of fact, everything here is separate. You've got the campaign experience where you play as Titus. You've got operations, which is like the PvE portion of Space Marines, where you essentially pick your class, you load into those activities, you choose the various levels of difficulty for those activities, and based on that level of difficulty, this greatly increases things like
the campaign is just annoying. Like, what's the point of playing as I don't want to play as Titus. I want to play as a Space Marine. I don't want to play as a preset character. I'm just doing it because it's there.
experience. You also get drops, which are armory data drops throughout these missions, which are required for unlocking various versions of your weapons, going from green, purple to then gold. But then on the other side of that, you've got PvP, which turns out is also completely separated. This is something I've never seen before, or at least haven't seen as a Destiny player. You see, in Destiny, we earn gear inside of PvE, and then we take that gear to go play with it inside of PvP, or vice versa. Here in Space Marines, though, everything is separated, meaning if you spent the past 20 hours leveling up that heavy or that bulwark inside of PvE, you cannot carry the things that you've unlocked and done over into PvP. These things are separated, which I find to be very interesting. This is something that I know PvE players inside of Destiny have been asking for years. Personally, I do kind of find it a bit of a bummer because I like the idea of taking things from both sides of the game and then bringing those things to the other side of the game. However, for the sake of balance, I get why this was done. So again here, guys, you've got campaign, completely separate. Operations, which is PvE, completely separate. PvP, which is you playing other players. Online, also separate. These things are actually so separated that you can actually play the game and just play PvP and never...
My dogs. Okay, I'm back.
Never dabble in those other areas outside of what's needed to be unlocked to access PvP and operations. I think you have to do like maybe the first mission of the campaign in order to access those other things. The point is, these things are very much separated. Now I'm gonna briefly just touch on PvP. PvP is pretty fun, man. I had a good time. I was surprised that the time to kill was as fast as it was. I played the assault class pretty much the entire time. I would die from above, go in for my swings, and try to get some cleanups. It was a good time. And despite like this gameplay and my character looking like they move super slow, you'd be surprised how well it works. Like the identity behind Space Marines, them being just this juggernaut of a character, works in both a PvE and PvP environments. Two comments I kept getting constantly in stream when people come by to check it out was, number one, the gameplay looks slow and clunky, and number two, why does this just look like Gears of War? On the gameplay side, guys, I could say that even though it may look like that, it's very fluid. This is some of the best third-person gameplay I've ever experienced in a game, and you feel the power. You literally feel when your character is whipping around, swinging his hammer, swinging his sword, blasting aliens. Dude, you are a walking tank. I mean, lore-wise, you're like almost 9-10 feet tall, and you weigh 800 pounds or something like that. I don't know. We're heavy. The point is, we're not going to be skating on walls here, fellas. Somebody came by the stream and was like, Cross, where's the Omni movement? Brother, do you see these boulder shoulders? This man runs through corners. He doesn't peek around them. And on the topic of Gears of War, I get where people are saying that, but keep in mind, Warhammer's been around since the 80s. Again, I'm very much new to all of this, but turns out Warhammer's kind of the father or grandfather of everything. Everything from like Master Chief to Gears to a number of other series. You could actually say Warhammer inspired many of those. What I think Space Marines 2 really nails is that the gameplay feels so different though between the different classes. Now in the base campaign, you don't get to experience any of these classes. You kind of get to dabble dabble with things like assault, but you're still playing as Titus the entire time. Operations, though, which is the PvE portion, and of course the PvP portion, is when you get to dabble in the classes. And fellas, they are vastly different. You got the tactical, you got the assault, you got the vanguard, bulwark, sniper, heavy, and they all have different, very unique abilities, all with their different strengths. Tactical has an ability that essentially gives you wall hacks and debuffs the enemies. Assault gets the jump pack where you could dive down and slam. Personally, one of my favorites. Vanguard allows you to grapple to targets and do a kick. Bulwark, which is arguably the strongest class, especially inside of PvE, has the ability to drop a banner down, which will restore armor to all squad members in the area of effect. Think of this as like a well user, guys, inside of Destiny. They are vitally important in-game content. Sniper, which is so good. Sniper doesn't really do much on its ability side. Yes, you can conceal yourself, aka go invisible, but the damage, man, the damage is insane. Once you fully max out your sniper class, Les was actually playing sniper, you will breeze through enemies, even on the hardest difficulties. And then heavy, which is the class that I spent the most time on, this is your tank class. You create this powerful barrier, you block all range damage, you've got the multi-melta here, and you literally just run in, mowing down everything left and right, and in the process, healing yourself. By far my favorite class. And the reason why leveling these classes are so important is because if you go over here to operations, guys, you have 4 different levels of difficulty. You've got minimum, you've got average, you've got substantial, and you have ruthless. Now, ruthless is what we ended up getting to and what we ended up doing all operations on. At first, it was a struggle. I would say like getting to substantial was a struggle. And then we started hitting ruthless. We got a good squad. Les was playing sniper. I was playing heavy. Mong here was actually playing bulwark. And we straight up chewed through all 6 operations on ruthless. Now, I know I'm sounding like I'm flexing right now, but the point I'm trying to make is you reach a certain point with your Space Marine where you become a one-man army. No lie, I felt like I was a one-man army on heavy. Mong on banner was constantly throwing down the hills, and Les would instantly drop bosses with his sniper build. You do reach a certain level, guys, with your Space Marine, or even in LFG environments, because I actually joined an LFG group. I was like, okay, can I do an LFG run on ruthless difficulty and still come out victorious? And we did. It was a bit tougher, but you could do it. Now, it's that process of getting to level 20, 21, 22, where you really start to get the skill unlocks for your perk trees. That process right there is going to be difficult, especially in an LFG environment where there were so many people that didn't know what to do, how to attack certain enemies. I literally joined a ruthless mission with a level 1 in my squad. And I asked him, I was like, hey, you sure you want to do this? It's going to be a hard mission. He was like, yeah, I'm good. 5 seconds later, down. My man literally was camping out in the grave, dude, from start to finish. And ultimately, we ended up failing. Which takes me to the mission structures themselves. Operations are kind of like strikes from Destiny. However, they're very objective based. Yes, getting kills is important, obviously, but it's those objectives that matter the most. And if you lose any of those objectives, that's it. There's no like respawn. There's no like, hey, you could start over here at this checkpoint. No, you just lost all that time. You lost all the potential XP and whatever discoverable armory data that you may have found throughout that mission. You can't take that with you. Kind of like Helldivers 2, you have to successfully complete the mission and pull out and extract that armory data. And that's the data that you need to upgrade your weapons further. The problem is in LFG environments, and yes, this game does have quick match. It has matchmaking. You could join up with a random squad, which I love. I love doing this. I'm just saying from like levels, I would say 1 to 10, 1 to 15. If you're trying to tackle anything over average difficulty, that's going to be kind of tough. And that's kind of where I lived for a while, was playing on average. I didn't have a dedicated group. I was just playing with randoms, and my characters themselves weren't fully unlocked. As these difficulties get higher and higher, substantial, ruthless especially, the enemies get stronger. They take more hits, and they get smarter. You will find yourself completely surrounded in a mere second. The operations are not like strikes in Destiny, where everything is extremely static. You know exactly the wave density that's going to be rolling out towards you. No. In these operations, anything can really happen. A boss could literally spawn on you within the first 10 seconds of landing. Like you drop in, you're doing your mission, boom, boss time. It's like, what the hell is going on? Why did I suddenly need a boss? Personally, guys, I love this randomness. I love that it can go from being the most peaceful, okay, I'm chilling, I'm hanging out with my friends, we're killing some aliens, to holy hell, I'm surrounded. And dude, it can happen that fast. I love what the developers have done here because they've utilized their engine in such a way where you feel like you're in war. you are dialed in. The immersion here is fantastic because the moment you see that enemy over there calling for backup, you don't know who he's calling in for backup. It could be the greatest wave of enemies you have ever seen, and you will be completely consumed with you and your entire squad wiping and all asking the same question afterwards: what the hell just happened? That to me is the biggest selling point for Operations. It's just that random factor. It's constantly throwing different things at you, testing you, and one run will be different than another run. And when I say different, it could be as different as like, hey, I'm doing this objective and I'm doing an escort mission, and instead of us taking the path going to the left, we're now going to take this path going to the right. There were times in missions where I dropped down to a platform and was like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to face all of these ads right now because there was like 1,000 of them sitting here in front of me. To suddenly it was like, nope, there's actually a boss here now. And they're crazy enough, sometimes there's nothing there. I love this, guys, because this means my mind, while playing these operations over and over, can't really rest. Like, I can't really take my hand off the wheel. I gotta pay attention, man. And that right there keeps me dialed in. Now, on the topic of operations, keep in mind, these missions, they actually coincide with the campaign missions. Meaning, in the campaign, when you're playing as Titus and you're talking to other Space Marines and you're like, hey, you gotta go kill that, you gotta stop that boss over there, all those cool things that you're like, oh man, that squad is about to go do that, I hope they make it. That's the missions you get to play. You get to play as those Space Marines in those missions, and they coincide with what's happening there in the campaign, which I think is really cool. This is not like a continuation after the campaign. This goes hand in hand with it. And I think from a narrative point, that makes a lot of sense. And that also sets things up for future missions. I think something that we have found in other games is, hey, why are we killing these enemies right now when we just defeated them in the campaign? And you'll notice that in those other games, like, it doesn't really explain it. It's just like, hey, bad guys are bad, go kill them because they're bad. And look, I would be down for that even in Space Marines too. But the point is that they actually have it fitted in here where it's like, oh no, this mission was that really cool mission that you saw in the campaign. And when Titus was communicating with one of those other Space Marines, that's the Marine that you get to play as. Now let's talk about armory data and the gear that you're going to acquire. So on each one of these classes, you have an entire perk tree. You also have weapons that are dedicated to that class, and not every class has 2 weapons and a melee like Titus does. That's part of the balancing nature here, guys. Some classes only have 1 weapon and 1 melee weapon. Other classes will have 2, but what you essentially do is you run these various level difficulties of operations. You acquire something in them called armory data, which are these like little skulls that you can pick up, or you could of course kill bosses, which will drop them. And then you go to your versions of those weapons and you're able to unlock each one of these columns. You've got the Master Crafted column, the Artificer, and the Relic column. Relic being your gold there, and what you need is XP to unlock these columns. But then the currency that you acquire throughout all these missions, you spend that to buy that version of the weapon, which will have various different traits, from increased damage to maybe decreased accuracy. There's also things that contribute to magazine size, ammo reserves. But it's after you buy that unlock, you'll have the option to master it. Now, when you master it, this is where you can consume one of those armory datas, which is just a way of buying XP. You can either go play with the weapon or you can consume these armory datas. Now, the reason why this is important is because whether or not you do it via XP or armory data, this will give you a mastery point. And it's with that mastery point that you're allowed to go into the perk tree of that individual weapon and unlock various perks for the weapon. Now, let me just say, if you're looking for like power fantasy, there's nothing like super crazy here that's happening with these perk trees. It's not like, hey, okay, I've got a bolt pistol right now and there's an unlock here that's going to give it ricochet rounds like Kvalstov in Destiny. No, that's not what you're going to get here. What you're going to essentially get is just, hey, this is a magazine bump. You're going to do more damage against terminists. You're going to do more headshot damage. You're going to have less recoil. So stuff that matters, but nothing that changes how the weapon works fundamentally. You're not going to go from using a weapon in its most base form and then turning it into some unique exotic with the ability to chain lightning with every single shot by the time you get to Relic. That's not what's happening here. However, inside of perk trees, that's where you're able to dial into that power fantasy. Perk tree, guys, has different functions: core, team, gear, and signature. Signature being literally your main ability. For instance, I've got Iron Halo here on heavy. It blocks all incoming range attacks, and I can set it up to do things like do damage damage over time when anything's close to me. Or the conversion field here, where while Iron Halo is active, all squad members within 100 meters regenerate ability charge 50% faster. There's things like increasing ammo count for my teammates. These are the things that really boost your character's lethality. Now, here's something I didn't learn until literally the other day. You can only select one of these perks in each of these columns. Even though you're unlocking them, that doesn't mean that that's active. You'll notice that when you actually have that perk active, it'll be more of that brighter blue color. That's the perk that's active, and that's where making a build will be important. And some of these actually lean more into the weapons you use. For instance, one of them leans heavily into charged weapons. However, I'm not rocking any weapons that require me to charge. Therefore, those perks are kind of useless. So in that case, I would select something differently in those columns. Now, to unlock these perks, it just simply requires you to level up. It just requires XP. And so tackling the harder level difficulty operations will net you more XP. But keep in mind, you don't want to tackle things overly difficult, because if you fail the mission, then you don't get the armory data that you may have acquired in that mission, and you don't get the full XP from that mission. You'll get a piece based on the objectives that you completed, but ideally, you don't want to fail the missions. Now, in terms of time commitments, what is the time commitment necessary to say, hey, I want to take a character from level 1 to level 25 to fully max out a perk tree? I think it's somewhere between maybe 12, 15 hours. Now, with a dedicated team, you could probably do that in 10 hours, but just jumping into random operations with other folks, yeah, that's going to actually be higher. It's probably going to be somewhere around like 20 hours. It's a grind, fellas. And keep in mind, you're splitting this amongst 6 different classes. So if you're looking to fully upgrade a perk tree on a single class, 15 hours across each class, hell, that's 90 hours right there. That's not even including campaign, dabbling in PvP, or getting lost in the sauce in the drip game, which is, by the way, extremely important. Drip in this game is literally everything. I make fun of drip inside of other games. In this game, though, drip is literally everything. And we'll get to that in just a moment. But the time commitment here to fully upgrade each one of these classes is quite lengthy. Now, I will say you don't have to fully max out all of these classes, but I would suggest having at least 2 leveled up. And that's because, again, you cannot all go in there with the same class. If you join an LFG group, you load up into matchmaking, and someone is already rocking Assault and you're an Assault main, you need another class. So I definitely suggest, if you're going to commit to this game, maxing out 2 different classes. The power fantasy, though, here, guys, in my opinion, is well worth it. Now, this takes me to the drip game. Our drip in this game is insane. Every one of these classes have a unique look to them that fits into the style of their armor, and they get progressively sexier and sexier the more operations you do. Essentially, play the game more, get better looking gear. Now, there is DLC armor that you can get, but I've noticed that the DLC armor, at least on heavy, you can't change the paint, which is a big bummer. So I actually ended up just committing to just leveling up my other armor sets. But the armor gets so much better, guys. You see it there, your most basic blue stuff. You're like, okay, yeah, you look cool, I suppose. But then you look at this, and shabam! And the more stuff you have on you, the better. You want everything. You want the skulls, the tassels, the chains. You want to be a walking Spirit Halloween store. And that right there, that's the flex. People look at you and go, oh my God, this man has been slaying. As much as I just talked about the 15-hour grind to getting all the unlocks for a single perk tree, it's really the grind to get the sexiest set of drip. Because man, even though my heavy looks good here, it gets even better, fellas. I want these sets so bad, and they require quite a bit of time commitment, but it's worth it, fellas. The drip looks so good. And again, I'm not even like a Warhammer guy. I'm sure if I was a Warhammer guy, I'd probably be losing it. Now, there has been a couple of Warhammer guys that have come by the stream, and they were like really, really hardcore lore people, and they're like, hey, no, that shoulder piece is wrong. It's not supposed to be a part of that faction. That color scheme is not right. Dude, I don't know what it is, man. I love it when people go full nerd, right? When they got like that deep knowledge. I have none of that deep knowledge here. I love listening to it. All I know is the drip looks really, really good, and it intrigues me enough to want to grind to then get those things to then flex. Now, my complaints of Space Marine 2. I really don't have that many of them. I actually feel like performance for this game was really good. We pretty much stayed consistently above 100 FPS for the most part. I even saw that consoles, or at least Xbox, is doing pretty well with it, maintaining 60 FPS, which is kind of crazy considering what is happening here on the screen. Like, if there was ever a game that I felt like would be probably capped out at 30 FPS, I would assume it would be Space Marines. I mean, I have never seen a game with this level of ad density outside of of maybe Helldivers. When you see the horde coming towards you, that is the most beautiful thing I think I've ever laid eyes on. Because you're looking at it and you're like, okay, I see all these aliens that I gotta fight. Am I really going to have to fight every single one of them, or are they just background? No, that horde that's charging up the walls, every one of them are enemies coded to take you on. So it's amazing to me that this game even runs as well as it runs. However, I do find the servers, and again, this is just early access. We're not even into the main game yet. So I'm assuming there's going to be an even bigger influx of players once the game or the base game drops. I find loading in with the team, at least Friday and Saturday, just had so many problems. I would load in with the team. Sometimes we would get halfway through an operation. We would get kicked, or even just in there trying to find someone to match with. And here's the thing. What would normally happen is someone would in fact be in my team. We would have matched, but it would sit there and take forever to finally get them into my team. And so that was the issue that I found with jumping in and out of matches, to the point where it was like, all right, I'm gonna have to wait 5, maybe 10 minutes at a time to get a full squad. Now, beautifully, if you cannot find 2 other people to play with, that's okay. The game will actually give you 2 bot players. And can I just say here, guys, the bot players in some cases are better than real players. I hate to say it, fellas, but the bots, clutch. They always get the reses. They tank like mad. Yes, there are some bosses that they just absolutely suck dealing with, but for the most part, they do really, really good. So good that I wish I could manually select bots only. And maybe there is a setting for that, but I have not found it. The only time I've been able to get just bots only was day 2. The servers kind of went down for a bit, and during that time frame, I was playing like an offline mode. And yes, the game does allow for offline mode. I got to do it, which is great. And even better because I have bots with me who don't throw. I just wish there was a way to manually set that and literally just roll with bots. Now, you can load into an operation. Yes, you can load in with bots, but as soon as someone pops up that's available to join your operation, they will join you and take the place of that bot, which is good from a co-op perspective. I get it, but you're going to experience it too, guys. You're going to be like, wow, I would rather just take the bot bulwark versus this other guy who keeps throwing. Now, complaint number 2. No field of view slider. Now, this kind of falls into the performance here. I'm actually surprised, at least for PC players, we don't have a field of view slider. I don't know if they're ever going to add that. You've probably noticed it. We're like literally right here behind our Space Marine the entire time. And look, I think Astartes are sexy. I love looking at them, but I would also love to just kind of back the camera up to kind of take in more of my surroundings. Now, there could be 2 reasons for this, both viable. One is, of course, performance. If we back up that field of view, that puts more stress on your system, more things happening on your screen. Definitely not something I think consoles could pull off. That would probably only be a PC thing. And number 2, having just this narrow window to look through. You know, I'm thinking this is somewhere around like 80 field of view, maybe 85. Having just that field of view means you don't have the ability to see all the way around you. And look, I'm not even like one that needs 120 field of view. I don't need to see everything around me like I'm Sid, but I do like somewhere around 100, maybe 105 field of view. I think it makes the game feel a lot better, because when you do zoom in so much, that actually makes the game feel clunkier because you're zoomed in, you're very focused on that one spot. And these Space Marines are big, man. They take up a lot of the screen. Now, they're sexy to look at, but it does take up a lot. And if you had a way to back that off, again, a field of view slider would be really nice for that. Now, my final complaint really, again, kind of just boils down to servers. I did play a few PvP matches. My only issue I had in PvP was the lag is pretty high. People be jumping around all over the place. I would actually have desync issues where I would go in for the assault slam and it would like take a second before it would connect. Again, I don't necessarily see myself playing PvP long-term for this game. To me, I treat this more of like a PvE game. Yes, I know they've got PvP maps coming, new game modes, all that stuff, and that's really, really cool. It's not my first choice though for PvP, so I'm not that upset about it. But I would say for my dedicated PvP players, you guys have probably ran into it a few times. The lag can get pretty out of hand. And in a PvP game, like that stuff can have a great effect on you. Even the small things, like when you shoot someone and their health doesn't go down and then suddenly it goes all the way down to 0. It's like things like that, man, that can throw you off mid gunfight. And it's feedback like that, immediate feedback like that, that is very important for any PvP game. But hopefully as time goes on, the servers will iron themselves out. With that being said though, guys, as someone who is completely new to this universe, completely new to Titus's story, to War Warhammer. I have had a blast playing this game. I will be returning in Season 2 and perhaps even Season 3 and definitely Season 4. I love that they've got a Horde mode coming. I love that lethal difficulty is coming as well. I will say that you do reach a certain point, even at the highest difficulty that's in the game right now, where you're just going to be blowing through everything. You will get that level of strong, which is good. But that also means that lethal difficulty is going to have to present something worth going after. And I'm really curious to know what exactly are they going to do there? Because if it's just like, okay, we're going to make the enemies take 8 shots instead of 5 or 6, I'm just going to be like, okay. And that's what I've kind of noticed from the 3rd level difficulty to the 4th level difficulty is that enemies just got tankier. And look, we've seen this inside of Destiny, right? I would love it though if they do kick up the ad density more, if they get it even more random from enemy spawns to suddenly being surrounded to really putting you in tight situations. And then on the other side of things, with lethal difficulty coming, is there going to be something beyond Relic? Because, you know, a huge reason why I'm doing the higher difficulty operations is because I'm getting these Relic armory components. I'm wanting to unlock the best versions of my weapons. Lethal difficulty, is it just going to be an extra difficulty here just for the sake of saying, yeah, I did it? Or is there going to be a rarity beyond Relic? Now, if they don't do that, they definitely need to have some really cool drip that's tied to lethal difficulty. And I don't really know what's going on here because like right under it in Season 2, you've got Dark Angels, you got Champion Pack, Cosmetic Pack, Weapon Skin Pack. Okay, that seems to be more in line with just what's happening with the Season Pass. But if there's like some like super disgusting looking drip that's only acquirable via lethal difficulty, then that means something. That's prestige. Currently right now, like the sexiest drip you can get in the game really just requires you to do multiple operations. It doesn't require you to do the hardest operations. There's nothing there that says, yeah, hey, you got to do not only 35 operations, but 15 of them needs to be the highest difficulty. So you can go in there and literally just run the easiest difficulty operations and get the sexiest drip. And listen, to my Warhammer fans, maybe you're completely fine with this. I just mean from my perspective, from my background, you know, having something to rep that's prestigious means something. Having that rare emblem or that set of drip that's only acquirable in in-game content. I think that's really important to providing the reason to chase that aspirational content. And hopefully we get that in Season 2. For me personally though here guys, I will be returning to this game to check out all the new content. This is a game I'll be coming back to. It's been a very, very fun ride. I've enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. It's a brutal, brutal game, man. Like as I'm playing it, there are times after like, I don't know, 10, 12 hours of streaming, I get off it. I'm like, damn, that was dark. Like, it's not one of those games you come out of like Final Fantasy 14, like MMORPGs or like Minecraft or something like that, where it's like cutesy and stuff, or Power World, where you're like, oh, look at my cute bunny outfit. I'm feeding my animals here in my base. And you kind of have like this rosy gaming experience. This is not that experience. This is dark. This is grueling, bloody, with little to no happy endings. It's kind of like Helldivers in a lot of ways, but Helldivers had like that very over-the-top meme approach, which made it feel light on the feet. Space Marine 2, no, you're not getting that. Like this stuff gets dark, man. But at the same time, that's part of its appeal. Now, is this game going to be able to keep up with some of the other live service games? We'll see. I think what it really boils down to, just like any other game in this genre, is can you feed the player base? That's it, man. And that may require you to be a little more flexible. Like personally, I feel like Horde mode should be coming out in Season 2. I think the momentum is definitely in their favor right now. And don't get me wrong, I'm looking forward to the new PvE missions, and I'm looking forward to lethal difficulty. But that Horde mode sounds spicy. And if momentum is in your favor right now, and you have the highest player count in your game right now at this very moment, you want to release your best stuff now. It's almost like if Bungie had actually launched Destiny 1 and said, you know what, we're going to just hold off and next year we'll launch the first raid. That way players can be playing strikes, leveling up, understanding their classes. Now you all know that would have been a nightmare. That would have killed Destiny. It was the dropping of Vault of Glass very soon after the launch of Destiny that made us say, holy hell, okay, this is our game. We're going to play this thing. And for Space Marines, I know I'm a bit biased here, but I would love to see the Horde mode now. I feel like the momentum is really, really good. People are playing your game every single day, and I would capitalize on that. However, for us in the meantime, we will still be dabbling in Space Marine 2. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching. And as always,
slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Hello everyone, my name is Gus.
Hi, I'm Woody.
Today we have another video request for us to react to. This was apparently a tragedy that happened in Australia, I believe. And they're asking us for our thoughts because this is based on a true story. Like, this really happened.
Isn't Australia like the country of tragedies? Like, you get bit by things, eaten by things, die by things. Everything there is
it's
dangerous, it seems like. I haven't seen this, but not surprising if it's in Australia. Although I love Australia, by the way. Amazing, beautiful country.
I love Australia, too.
One of the prettiest places I've ever been.
I've never dived in Australia, though.
Yeah, gorgeous.
We should do a Australian tour.
It would be nice if you took me with our credit card once on a trip rather than only. I'm just saying, a lot of times you go and then the credit card's maxed out. But let's go ahead and play the video.
All right.
Afternoon, Frank Warwick. 13 people are reported to be buried
Hopes
alive.
of saving 13 people trapped in a cave collapse on the Nullarbor
A
Plain.
massive rescue underway to free 13 trapped cavers.
They went up this road and into this cave, and that's the last time they were seen.
A group of 15 curious adventurers embarked on a journey that would forever be remembered as amongst the worst cave tragedies. Little did they know that their quest for discovery would soon descend into a harrowing descent into darkness and despair. This is the story of the Panicking Cave disaster, a tale that unfolds deep within the unforgiving heart of the earth. The Panicking Plains Cave is located in the Nullarbor Plain region of southern Australia, with passages stretching for over 5 miles. Panicking Plains Cave is one of the longest caves in Australia. Features include spectacular stalactites and stalagmites, intricate cave pearls formed by dripping water, and deep underground pools. One of the most notable chambers is the Grand Hall,
but it looks very diveable. Is it still diveable? Is this thing?
Well, I don't know.
Enormous cavern over 1.5 miles.
Well, maybe that
this
part's true.
captivating subterranean landscape drew in adventurous cavers such as Andrew White and his team from around the globe. Driven by the desire to be the first to map new tunnels and uncover geological secrets, Andrew White and his team's expedition in Panicking Plains Cave became a hellish 27-hour ordeal trapped underground rather than the thrilling adventure it sought.
That's a long time.
The ambitious expedition was led by Andrew White, one of Australia's most skilled cave divers. Joining White was an assembled team of experts.
And there is no way back to where they started. They have to continue to explore the cave to find a way out.
Their daring objective, to be the first to explore the Panicking Plains Cave, vast uncharted underwater system lying 50 meters below the surface. The expedition was the cave diving equivalent of climbing Mount Everest, with the team being the first to venture so deeply into the site. They aimed to collect samples and conduct studies in collaboration with the University of Sydney, exploring never-before-accessed areas. The expedition started off eager and excited as the team of divers, researchers, and support crew made their way to the remote Panicking Plains cave system. The first week was spent setting up camp near the cave entrance and preparing equipment like wetsuits, tanks, helmets, underwater scooters, and more.
That's where you and I are strong, is the whole setting up for a week with the tents and bugs and gear. And
yeah, that's what we look forward to the most.
I think Mike pays more, doesn't he, to get bit by a scorpion here? Like, whenever we go somewhere, he's like, I just got bit by a scorpion.
Right.
I can't feel my thumb. I'm like,
he looks forward to it.
You need to go to
You know what's
hospital?
funny is when we did that expedition with Mike in Mexico last year, in 2023.
Is that the scorpion bite one?
Yeah. When he got bit by a scorpion. We offered to pay for a hotel room. We're like, Mike, look, we'll pay for it. Just stay with us. No, I'm good.
I'm good. I like sweat and dirt. I'm serious. I'm not cutting him down. He likes being.
He likes to rough it up.
Dirty and bitten and.
rough
it up.
We roughed it up too. It was 3-star hotel, if you remember.
Yeah, and it did not include breakfast, and that is
right. We had to procure our own breakfast. It was terrible.
I'm not roughing it. I'm too old to rough it like that anymore.
Safety checks were performed repeatedly to ensure all systems were functioning properly before entering the watery abyss. Once ready, the dive team started cautiously making initial forays into the flooded tunnels and caverns in the first week. By the end of the first week, the team had mapped and recorded details of the first few 100 feet of the cave system. In the second week, the divers pushed further into the submerged caves, laying guidelines and rigging underwater lights to mark their path. They started discovering large chambers and areas where tunnels branched off in different directions. Careful surveys were conducted decided to log the size and details of each cavern and tunnel while looking for potential routes forward. The most promising paths were marked for further exploration. By now, the team had reached nearly a quarter mile into the cave system and were thrilled with the find so far. The first 2 weeks generated tremendous excitement and motivation to press on and see how far and deep the cave system extended.
Dude, when I saw that guy going in through that hole, it reminded me of a hole that I was exploring a couple months ago in Cozumel with John Lilstolen. So me and John were in this team. We're looking for passage. Like he said, the team was looking for we were doing that. And John, so I see this offshoot of the line to the left, and it looks like a little room back there. So I go there, and I go in, and the room is pretty small, and then there's a hole on the floor. And you see down, and it looks like it goes to like another level of the cave down there.
Which I would very much want to go
so
through.
I'm like, man, I look at it, and I'm like, bummer. I bet it's cool down there. So I go back to John, and I'm like, man, yeah, there's more cave down there, but there's this hole, looks like the size of a straw. Sorry. And John is like, hold my beer, basically.
Gone.
So I tell him, go in, because the entrance was one person at the same time. It's very narrow. And I'm like, go look on the floor. So he goes in, and then he calls me. And I come in, and he's like, I'm going to go no mount. And I just laugh. I'm
what was he wearing? What was his gear setup?
He had a Sidewinder with 2 tanks. Yeah.
That's hard to do, man. On a Sidewinder, no mount?
Yes.
I don't think people understand how hard that is to take off. It takes you and I a good 30 minutes to put the thing on.
So he didn't say hold my beer, but he said hold my reel, which is close to hold my beer, but more badass. So he's like, hold my reel. So I hold his reel, and he starts taking his tags off. And I'm like, oh, he's doing this for real. Now, as I mentioned in a previous video, I am normally, in situations like that, I'm normally like, I won't be the first, but if somebody makes it, I know I can make it, and I'll go. This was one of those where I was like, I hope there's not a whole lot down there, because this is going to suck. And he takes his tanks, then he gets another spool, like a jump spool, and ties it on the valve of the first tank. And lowers it between his leg, like below him. So, like, John is right here, the tank is down here, and he's holding it with a line. And then he grabs the other tank above him. He's vertical above him. So he's like, tank, John, tank, and he goes down like Santa Claus, dude.
Wow. All I can say is that's like, I want people that are watching this to understand the level that you need to be at mentally, physically, and every aspect of comfort with the gear to do that.
Yeah.
There's no chance I could do that.
Now at this point, I'm not thinking about how hard this is going to be when I have to do it.
Were you willing to do that? If
Yeah,
you needed to?
absolutely.
You would do that whole thing.
Yes, I would have done it. Now, when he's doing that, I'm like, okay, so he needs a line. So I basically start unraveling the line a little bit in a control way, and then lowering the spool as he's going down. So he always has a line. He just has to do this and grab it and come out. So I lower it, and I'm on top of him, like looking down the hole. And I see like the tank going down, and then he pops at the bottom.
It's like I'm going to make some coffee. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the long wait.
That level. And I can see him like attaching his things, and I'm dangling the line in front of his face, basically. So he always knows this is the guideline. If you need to get out, there's this. This is it. And at that point, when he grabbed the line and he gives me an okay, and he starts exploring, that's when I start thinking, like, I'm about to do this. Like, I'm going to have to do this. And I'm looking through the hole and just thinking, like, okay, what tank do I take off first?
Was there any way you could do it without taking the tanks off?
Absolutely no chance.
Okay.
No, 2 tanks wouldn't fit through the hole, like, together. That was how. It's the smallest thing I've ever seen. And so I'm just thinking, like, man, I'm going to have to do this. This is going to suck. But that got replaced by, I hope that whatever is down there is worth it. Like, we're going to do this, and it's going to suck. But I hope whatever's down there is amazing. And the cave goes for miles or something happens. And as I'm looking through the hole, I can see his light, like, scanning and stuff in the hole. He's swimming down there. And I'm like, man, I wonder. And then at some point, he looks up, and he's like, I'm coming up. And I'm like, okay. So he comes up. I help him. Same thing, no mount, tank above. I grab the tank, put it on the side. He comes out. He starts attaching stuff. And he's like, there's nothing down there. Like, it's just a room, and that's it. Like, we didn't even lay line down there. We don't want anyone to go down there. Like, we didn't even lay line to where the hole is. We, like, picked it up and take it away. Like, let's not
Don't go there.
Yeah. But, man, for a second, I thought I'm going to be
I mean, I'm feeling my heart just thinking about that. If I was, like, the third guy, I'm like, those 2 just went through there. I got to take this blank off.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. But it's really cool because I asked him, I said, you know, how did you get comfortable with, like, yeah, this is a no-mount hole. Let me go no-mount. Like, it's a no-brainer. It didn't face him. He didn't think for 2 seconds. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go. And he said that apparently in, like, cave conferences and stuff, they bring in, like, a structure and they put it in a pool with, like, smaller holes and stuff. So you can practice no-mount in, like, 4 feet of water.
That's very cool. That I like.
Yeah.
I like that you could do some training, not just hope you can make it.
So he's like, he said, maybe not cave diving conferences, but just caving, because he does spelunking, he does caving. He's like, in caving conferences, they bring this thing where you fit through holes to see if you're comfortable.
That's great.
And they can open the thing. Like, if you get inside and you're stuck, they just open the door and you come out. So that's how he started kind of getting used to being tied in those things. And I'm like, man, that would be cool for cave diving.
For sure.
If you could practice like
we could film that, because then when you're stuck, I could open it.
I think you would have gone through that hole. Like, if you get to it, you would have been like, man,
I know,
this is gonna
but I
suck.
don't know. I'm just being honest. You know, I'm always honest about myself.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm as good at taking all that stuff off as you.
yeah,
I think you're probably better at it than
I
would have been.
it's the
Like,
same.
I would have needed the
Yeah.
help from you. Like,
For
you know,
sure.
we help each other put all that Sidewinder stuff on.
Yes.
And he's just boom, 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 boom.
Let's go.
That's unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Underground. With remarkable progress in the first
What's this
half
video
mile
about?
of tunnels charted, the expedition couldn't wait to push forward and continue unraveling the
It's Bobby Lee
mysteries
in the
held
background.
within
Yeah,
the
full face
I don't know who
subverted
Bobby Lee
caverns
is,
of
but
panic
no,
plains.
What you're seeing are the scenes from the movie
expedition had
Sanctum,
made
Dive
which is
Talk.
progress of
loosely,
exploring
and
the
I
So Dive Talk is like 2 guys who go cave diving and talk about their experiences. It's pretty cool. It's like a whole nother world down there.
mean very loosely based on this
pushing
story.
over half a mile into the ancient system. They established a sprawling camp at the legendary Concord Landing, an immense cathedral-like cavity 4 stories tall that stretched the length of over half a mile. This site would be their launch point for daring dives into uncharted tunnels branching off the main chamber. From Concord Landing, the most experienced push divers, Andrew, Ron, and Julia, geared up and dropped back into the cave's gaping entrance shaft. Propelling through the chilled waters, the divers traversed a liquid maze of tunnels, snaking ever deeper into the cave. They aimed to determine if a promising tunnel they had spotted earlier continued beyond a constricted area, holding the secret to unlocking more of the cave's hidden wonders. Fueled by the lure of
ChatGPT is good, you have to
exploration,
admit.
Andrew
100%.
and the crew geared up and dropped back into the cave's gaping entrance shaft. The 7 members of the caving expedition swam through the winding underwater passages, their headlamps cutting through the inky blackness. Andrew White
which
led the
is
team,
cave
checking his diving watch watch every few minutes. They were now over half a mile below the surface and a half mile into the cave system. Andrew signaled for the group to stop at the passage narrowed ahead. He shone his light upwards, illuminating a pile of fallen rocks blocking their path. Andrew checked his air gauge. They were all running low. Divers employ the 3-3-3 rule. You use a third of air to descend, a third of air to ascend, and a third should always be left for emergencies.
Okay, so let's talk about the rule of thirds. Because the rule of thirds in cave diving is not about ascending and descending. It's about penetration, right? You use a third to penetrate, and then a third to come out with a third for emergencies. And the idea is if you're with your buddy and you use 1/3 to go in, and at the worst possible scenario, which is your turning point, meaning you have 2/3 left, they somehow run out of air or their stuff fails or whatever. Now you have 2/3, 1/3 for you, 1/3 for your body, since you use 1/3 to go in. And, you know, by logic, as long as you both have the same air consumption rate, you both should get out with 1/3 each.
Yes, on open circuit.
On open circuit.
Now, we also have to plan our gas as if so we're on rebreathers, but we have to plan our gas as if we're going to be on open circuit. We always are assuming we're going to have to bail out, and bail out just means, everybody, we're back on open circuit. We carry tanks and a regular regulator, assuming our rebreather is going to fail, and then we have to have enough gas to basically get out from the worst possible spot, deepest, furthest part back in the cave.
That's
but
right.
we have other rules of thirds on the rebreather. The scrubber has a life. The oxygen that we carry has a life, and we're supposed to follow rules of thirds on that as well.
Yep.
So if we've used, let's say we have a scrubber that is 6 hours, I'm just making the math easy, then we would not want to go into that cave for more than 2 hours on that scrubber and 2 hours to get out.
Yeah.
Right? So we have 2 hours of scrubber life left. So
yeah,
there's
but
a lot of,
even in open water, okay, the rule of thirds is not a third to descend, a third to ascend, right? Because you're exploring down there, right? So how would you explain the rule of thirds to regular divers like open circuit divers? Is it 1/3 to go down and explore? Because then 1/3 to come up is kind of like, what? So on the boats, they tell you come back with 500 PSI.
It's basically like that.
Which is a sixth of your tank.
Mm-hmm. It's not quite the rule of thirds. I mean, it's basically like use 1/3 of your gas on your outbound portion of your dive, which you should always go against the current first.
Yeah.
Another third basically gets you back into that ascent area, and you're going to basically use the last third for both your safety stop and to get back on the boat. And no matter what, they don't want you on with less than 500, which is already now less than the 1/3 left, because typically you start with 3,000.
Right.
So you're not going to get back on the boat with 1,000. You're going to get back on the boat with 500.
Yeah, which
but
is
the
30
reason
bar,
you can
30,
do that,
40 bar.
But the reason it's more aggressive, if you will, is because they're planning no deco dives, which means at any point in the dive, in theory, they can go straight to the surface without stopping.
Yeah.
You can't do that here.
But the idea is if you're, let's say, Cozumel, you're going drift diving in like 40 feet of water, you're not going to use 1,000 feet to go down. You're probably going to go down and stay down drifting for 2,000 PSI. And when you're at 1,000, you start heading up. That's kind of how you plan.
Because you can.
Right.
You're in if you have deco, then I use iDeco Pro. Now we have a whole nother planning to go, and how much deco time am I going to have, and I need to reserve gas for that.
But the reason why I mentioned that is because I've seen on boats when divers say, I'm not going to come up when I'm at 1,000. I'm going to come up when I'm at like 200. Like, I paid for this air. I'm going to use all of it. The problem is if when you're heading up, let's say you're at 40 feet, 33, 34 meters, something like that, or no, that's 100 feet. But let's say you're at 40 feet, right? Like 15 meters. Mm-hmm. And now you're starting to head up and your body comes to you, I'm out of air. If you have 200 PSI left, like 10 bar left, I mean, you're in trouble from 40 feet. You're both probably going to have to do an emergency ascent of some kind, right? But if you're at 1,000 with 1,000 PSI, you have enough air for two people from 40 feet to go up, do a safety stop, and make it all the way.
I agree.
Yeah. So I think, you should be conservative.
It's always about the emergency. It's all of these rules are about the emergency, about the what ifs, about the problems. So
yeah, it's not a competition to see who can use the least amount of air. I mean, if
Right.
it's a competition to see who has the most air in your tank, then get a Dive Talk Go, and come up with 3,000 with a full tank, right?
Well, that's going to be game change diving, but
Yeah.
we're going to get to that.
All right, let's keep going.
They were quickly finishing up their reserves for ascending, so they would have to turn back. Disappointment washed over Andrew. He was hoping this passage might lead to the end of the tunnel, but their search would have to wait for another day. Andrew gave the signal to reverse course. The divers began the long swim back through the dark, claustrophobic tunnels, carefully retracing their path as the first glimmers of daylight appeared ahead. Andrew was already planning their next expedition. Little did he know that this fateful decision to keep on pushing would spell doom for him and his crew. 2 days later, after they were denied entrance by the cave, they descended down once again. This time, they would explore all the cave had to offer. Moving through the silent darkness, the team of divers eventually arrived back at the narrow crevice where they had been forced to turn back on their previous expedition. Andrew gave the signal, and one by one, they began squeezing and struggling through the impossibly tight restriction, their diving cylinders scraping against the jagged rocky walls. Gritting his teeth against the intense pressure, Andrew pushed through until finally the passage opened up before them into an immense underwater borehole. Ascending slowly through the dark water column, the divers rose into a towering tunnel. Their lights danced across the walls, but could not even reach the ceiling, shrouded far above them in blackness.
That is deceiving, and we like to talk about that kind of stuff to educate people. One of the intense you can't feel the pressure. I don't know how to describe it. When you're underwater, right?
Yeah.
And we know you're under pressure, you can't feel the pressure. No. You feel flow if the water's moving, but going against the intense pressure of flow, like current of water moving, that's one thing. But the atmospheric pressure, because you're underwater, you can't feel that. Right. I barely can feel it affect my work of breathing on my rebreather. Right. I know it does, but I can't barely even feel that. Well, so I just don't want people to think, oh, wow, they're so deep that even moving now, the atmospheric pressure is making it hard to move. That is that's just an adjective to make the video sound better.
Well, and what I'm saying is, I think people believe that because they're not divers. They don't don't understand what equalization is. So what they do is, you go in a pool, you go to like 3 meters or whatever, 10 feet, and your ears are killing you. So you're like, man, if these guys are at 100 feet,
it's easier.
30 meters, then they're blowing up. Like, how can they do it? It's because it's a technique. You learn it on your very first scuba diving class, which is called equalizing. You equalize your ears, and you will not tell if you're at 10 feet or 100 feet or 200 feet. To me, it feels the same. 200, 140, 50, it doesn't matter. It feels the same.
And a lot of people that aren't divers will say, well, there's no way I can go down to 100 feet because in a pool going down to 6 feet, I can't clear. And I have to tell new divers, this is the hardest place to clear. And of course, that gets into the principle that the first atmosphere, the first 33 feet is the biggest change in pressure.
Yeah, 10
so
meters,
it's much harder. So imagine 6 feet. Every little foot that you move around in that pool is a giant pressure change.
Yeah.
Right? So it's harder. Once you get down and you're clearing below 33 feet, it gets easier and easier. 1/2 the percent of pressure change per atmosphere of the previous atmosphere. So it all needs to be put in perspective. But anyway, we'll keep going.
In other words, you can go down deep and you won't even feel it.
It's way easier, actually.
Yeah. Powerful current tugged at them as they swam forward. Pushing deeper into uncharted territory, they explored the newfound passage with growing excitement. Andrew tried to suppress his hopes. They had been disappointed before, but the tunnel kept going and going. Just as they were starting to tire, the tunnel ended abruptly. A massive barricade of collapsed boulders blocked their way completely. like a barrier purposefully placed to stop their progress. Andrew shone his light across the impassable blockade in dismay. There would be no pushing through this. With no choice but to turn back, the team reluctantly began their long return journey through the network of tunnels back to their distant camp at the cave's entrance.
Look at this.
Their triumph of discovery had become disappointment once more. They had hoped that they would find even greater secrets behind the rocks, but what they found was another block to their dreams. The cave, however, had one more trick up its sleeve.
The initial exploration of the air caves, the airfield caves, had this excellent collaboration. Now we're going one step further, because even though our scientists can get into the airfield caves and collect samples and test specimens, we cannot get underwater.
As Andrew and his team neared the expedition's end, eager to recount amazing tales of their subterranean discoveries, the Earth had plans of its own, one that would threaten to bury them forever. On the arid plains above, a ferocious storm awoke. 2 years of pent-up rain unleashed in a few frenzied hours, triggering a relentless flood through the porous limestone. In a matter of minutes, millions of gallons of water had infiltrated through minute fractures in the rock. Far below, as Andrew and his team swam through the twisting passages, the rock walls around them began to rumble and crack under the tremendous pressure. Chunks of stone broke free, plunging downward and clouding the water with sediment. Alarmed, they turned back toward the distant entrance, kicking faster now against the strengthening current. Desperately, they sought an escape, searching for some small fissure or tunnel branching off the main passageway. The way behind was completely blocked, and ahead lay only unknown darkness. Their situation seemed hopeless, and the floodwaters continued to rise.
All right, so just to summarize what's going on. So they go into this cave, they get to a point where they explore, and then they're like, let's turn around and come back some other day. When they turn around, they realize that it's blocked by rain and rocks and mud and all kinds of stuff. So they have no way but to keep exploring. Like, we either stay here and probably gets flooded till we die.
Or crushed by rocks.
Or whatever. Or we just keep exploring and maybe find another exit. You know, like sometimes you find a traverse. You find there's another opening somewhere in the middle of a jungle or whatever. So they're like, dude, maybe there's another opening somewhere. Let's just keep going. And so that's what happened. They could not get out the way they came in. They have to go in and hope for the best.
Andrew realized with dawning horror that the heavy rainfall had begun to saturate the porous limestone of the cavern ceilings and walls. Over months and years, slightly acidic rainwater had also gradually eroded fissures into the limestone. Now, the added weight of the waterlogged rock caused stress fractures to split open. The team tried to hurry back to the cavern entrance as rocks and sediments shook loose around them. But soon, the passage ahead was blocked by large boulders. They turned to find another route, but then the deafening vibration of the ground above increased as the rainfall intensified. The passage ceiling behind them gave way in seconds, torn apart by the extreme water pressure inside the saturated cavern. Andrew and his team were trapped deep inside the caves, their exit sealed off by the collapse. The divers realized they would have to find another way out if the unstable cavern passages didn't flood or fully implode first. With oxygen running low, Andrew led them deeper into the trap.
By the way, I just want to point out really quick what this is. This light right here. So some rebreathers have this light. We call it a HUD for short, but it stands for heads-up display. And that light basically tells you if the gas inside the loop that you're breathing is safe to breathe. So it will be green for it's safe, yellow for it's getting close to unsafe, and then red for unsafe. It's either too low on oxygen or too high on oxygen. They're both bad things. Hypoxia and hyperoxia, they're called. So that's what that green light is. So if you see a movie or a show or whatever, and they have something, a rebreather, and there's a light, that's what that is, a HUD. It's a heads-up display.
Treacherous caverns, hoping and praying for a miracle. Now, trapped halfway up the cave's entrance shaft, all routes to the surface were closed behind a collapsed rubble pile. Perched on a fragile ledge, Andrew and Vicky felt the ceiling groan and crack above them. poised to bury them like a giant's fist. Time was not on their side. They faced two harrowing choices: gamble on a rescue through shifting rock and hope fading fast, or plunge into the cave's flooded maze, attempting a desperate crawl to freedom. Ever the bold adventurer, Andrew chose to risk his life
if we went on an expedition.
Hope in hand, he went into the abyss,
and our only way to save ourselves is to find another open, another cenote, and we find it and survive. That would be
trials and things that are going to be put in front of that group to prevent them from getting out safely.
With a background in cave diving and rescue missions, Andrew played a crucial role in the intense journey that unfolded beneath the Earth's surface. What followed was an intense escape of swimming, climbing, and clawing through the cave's flooded labyrinth. Their headlamps flickered like dying fires in the murky water, the air thick with fear and the stench of limestone. Ron's faint radio signal pierced the rock somewhere ahead, guiding them like a beacon in this most dangerous of moments. They rationed each sip of water and morsel of food from their packs,
like
their only chance of having enough strength to make it out. The floodwaters continued rising relentlessly around them. They were forced to squeeze through impossibly tight tunnels and sharp rock crevices that ripped their wetsuits. Lungs burning, they finally surfaced in a small upper chamber, gasping for breath. Onward they pressed through the darkness, propelled by rapidly dwindling hope. Just as it seemed their strength might fail, Andrew saw it, a tiny shaft of daylight far above. Time was not on their side. As Andrew took the risk to swim to the cave entrance, boulders the size of small cars were still falling around him. His flashlight had died, and the cave was now nothing but pitch black, using only the guide rope and his instinct to guide him through. He went inch by inch, hoping not to cause another cave-in. He knew time was a precious commodity. The cave systems were still filling with water, and he was not sure how long the others could stay in that pocket of air in the cave. Against all odds, Andrew painstakingly swam across the chasm between falling debris and rocks in a few hours to reach the surface to call for help. It was a rush against time before the others who were trapped underground ran out of water and oxygen, for this was a ticking time bomb. The cave could collapse in on itself any time. Upon arriving 32 minutes later, the rescue team focused on establishing communication with the 14 cavers still trapped underground. Fortunately, they were able to contact the trapped individuals using two-way radio capable of transmitting signals through solid rock. Despite being buried deep underground, the trapped cavers remained brave and optimistic, having rationed their limited food and water supplies. The rescuers began their descent into the cave steps. All too soon, they found themselves squeezed inside nightmarish tunnels that squeezed their bodies. The sharp walls closed in, darkness enveloped.
You can't go 27
Pressing
hours
forward, the
without
team
eating.
grappled with concealed.
Okay, they were like rationing their food for. I mean, I guess they were rationing because they didn't know how long they were going to be there, but they were there for 27 hours. Come on. You can't go without eating for a day? Stop.
I can go probably from like Atlanta to maybe the Florida line before I need the Burger King 2-for-1
That's
special.
terrible.
You can't go
Come
27 hours.
I've done 3 days. 3 days. I did a fast for 3 days just to see if I can do it.
You did not eat?
I didn't eat.
Did you drink?
Just water. Just water.
You did not eat one drop of food for 3 days?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I would just be dead. You can video me dead. I don't think I could do it. 3 days, your body...
Dude.
That'd be hard for me. I'm just saying, I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, no, you can totally do it. And the cool thing about the experience is like after like a day and a half or whatever, your hunger just goes away. It's like your body understands like, okay, we're not eating. Let's just stop even telling this guy that he needs to eat.
But at one point, does it also go the opposite where you're famished and super hungry? Is there a point like after 6 hours, 10 hours?
I mean, yeah. I mean, after like 12 hours or whatever, like
You're dreaming of a chicken sandwich. Or
so
something.
the way I started was I did it on like I think it was Thursday night before I went to bed. I stopped eating at like 10 p.m. So I knew that Sunday at 10 p.m. would be my end, like 72 hours. That was my goal, just to prove that I can do it. So I went to sleep, just like, you know, you normally stop eating at like 10 or whatever. Then you go to sleep. I woke up the next day. I'm hungry. I need breakfast. So I didn't eat. By lunch, I'm dying. Like my stomach is like, dude, what are you doing? And then by dinner, I'm like hallucinating almost. But I
Right.
just drank
You're
a
right.
lot of water and went
Right.
to sleep. And then I woke up
I'm
on
getting
Saturday
bitten.
and I'm good. I don't feel any hunger at all. It's the weirdest thing.
Ow!
Weak or not weak? Are you
No,
weak? Are you,
no. I tons of energy, ready to go, super clear. My head is super clear. It's like I'm working on jet fuel. It's unbelievable. It's super cool. It's
I've heard
I
that
guess you go in
before.
ketosis or something,
Yeah.
and it works out. But no, I have friends that have gone for a week.
Wow.
You know, they've done a week fast, but you can go for 30 days. That's like the accepted guideline is you can go 30 days without food, 3 days without water. So water is more dangerous. And then, 3 minutes without air. If you don't, you can hold your breath for 3 minutes and you can survive. But yeah, 30 days is good. And I heard this, by the way, I did this challenge, the 3-day fast, after I watched an interview with a guy who I really like, Don Shipley. He's a former Navy SEAL. He has this channel called Butts 131 or 121. What is it? But he exposes fake Navy SEALs. All these guys are like, oh, I was a SEAL. And he has a database of everyone who's a Navy SEAL. So he busts them, and he's awesome. I love Don because he does this. But Don said that he got interviewed or whatever, or casting for like Survivor or something, like some show. And they were like, well, we want to bring you in because you have all these jungle survival skills where you can like eat snakes and whatnot. And we want to see that on the show. And he's like, well, how long is the taping? And he's like, it's 15 days or whatever. He's like, oh, I'm just not going to eat for 15 days. And they're like, well, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, I can go without food for weeks. Like, you think I'm going to waste time eating snakes and whatnot? Like, no, I'm just not going to eat. I'm just going to drink water. Do we have water? Yeah. It's like, okay, then I'm good. So he didn't make the show because he kept it real. He's like, I'm not going to be eating, cockroaches just for the show. Because I would just go without eating. So yeah, we should give it a shot one time. Just 7 days without eating.
Mm-hmm. We should.
Underground cave systems that added layers of unpredictability and danger. One of the rescuers went on to say that an overwhelming sense of dread came over the rescuers as the cave's twisted passages carried them deeper into the cave's bowels. It was easy to let panic take over their minds, knowing that one wrong turn could leave them just as trapped as those they sought. The tension reached its peak as rescuers reached the team's former camp at Concord Landing. Their breathing grew more labored as they inched ahead into the claustrophobic darkness. At one point, the team found themselves trapped in a rapidly flooding chamber as a result of the rain, but they had to keep pushing on to retrieve the 14 trapped divers. But the determination to save their fellow cavers kept them crawling ahead through the brutal subterranean maze. 27 agonizing hours passed before the first missing diver was finally spotted.
I'm worried about the
battered
cold.
and
The
delirious
cold is what I
from
would be
lack
worried
of
about.
food
That would
and
be
water. One
way
by
more
one,
of a
the
concern
search
than
teams
eating.
located the others, also weak
And they had water because it was
disoriented,
raining,
but
so
miraculously
that's
still
rough.
clinging to life. Strapping oxygen masks to the divers' faces, the rescuers guided them through the treacherous terrain. The journey to the surface was grueling, requiring another 15 painstaking hours. But eventually, all 15 emerged back into daylight, where medical teams awaited to treat them. Though they had narrowly escaped with their lives, the divers' ordeal left lasting scars. Some struggled with memories of the harrowing experience, plagued by panic attacks and nightmares. A majority of the crew trapped underneath the caves suffered from severe compression sickness, as well as different forms of PTSD that rendered them unable to continue cave exploring. Later, Andrew co-wrote the fictional film Sanctum, loosely based on Panic Plains and his cave diving expertise. This was Australia's highest-grossing film in 2011. He collaborated with James Cameron on underwater documentaries and 3D ocean exploration films before his tragic death in a helicopter accident in 2012. The legacy of the expedition itself showcases how events can profoundly shape communities.
So that was that. By the way, before we go further, I do want to hear your thoughts on this. Don't go fasting and be like, Gus is a doctor on Dive Talk and he said we should do it. No, don't do it. This was a medical
Wait,
advice.
are you? You are a doctor.
No, but I
never
give the
knew
impression.
You weren't. I always thought with
all the time
because
I
you're
give the
good at
impression.
pronouncing those made-up medical words that you invent.
Absolutely. So don't go fasting, not even 3 days like I did, without, I guess, talking to your doctor. I don't know. Just don't do it. But we should do it, I think.
You should try not sleeping for 2 days. I think the longest I've gone without sleep
the
is
only
like 21
closed
or
reaction
22
I want to give on
hours.
this, because I know this video is getting loud.
At the end of that,
long,
I think I was like slightly
is,
going insane.
I was thinking about the ending words there, where they were saying that, you know, you would have effects, mental effects. You would definitely, you know, would you be able to go back cave diving? I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, absolutely. If I got out, no problem, I'd be able to do it. But that's real, right? They were fearing for their lives if they had PTSD, right? That means that they were at one point in such a high state of panic, nervousness. And in those kind of situations, staying calm, Mike talks about this a lot, is so critical. I love when he described, and Ed as well, they both described how at that point when you are in a very bad situation, every move has to be thought out. Am I going to move my right arm? And why?
Yeah.
I'm going to move my right arm and I love that. I love that level now of complete and utter concentration rather than complete and utter panic, which we know kills you. But that can cause people to have severe suffering. I don't know, that hit me here at the end. That was my final reaction.
And the way, you know, Ed and Mike and others deal with these issues is real. You know, they've been in situations where they've had to do this. We had Mike on the show telling a story where he said that, you know, I had to think about every move I make has to have a purpose. We have had Ed on the show. Unlike those guys who do this for real and had this very real, you know, approach to troubleshooting, Sanctum is the complete opposite. It's full of mistakes and inconsistencies and ridiculousness. And we actually reacted to Sanctum a while ago, and I'm going to leave the video right here. Complete insanity. But, dude, I want to go to this cave. Looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if we can, but I don't want to fast for even 3 hours. Bye, everybody.
It's been about 20 years since I first became obsessed with the grimdark universe of Warhammer 40k, and I can remember being about 12 or 13 years old and looking at all of the factions on the shelf at my local game store, trying to pick which one I was going to play. And that's when I saw it, the Carnifex in all its glory. Honestly, it was love at first sight. It was part of this faction of terrifying space bug dinosaurs that had these giant guns that didn't shoot bullets, but instead launched torrents of bioacid and swarms of flesh-eating worms. Me and my buddy Ryan pooled our money together and split the battle for Macragge box, and the rest is history. Even though my old Tyranid army is long gone at this point, they're still one of my favorite factions in the entire setting. They're this unstoppable cosmic horror, a rampaging horde of terrifying bioforms that descend upon unsuspecting worlds, kill literally everything on the planet, and then melt everything down into biomass, which they then suck back up into the sky into their ships to make even more Tyranids. Although a lot of people tend to dismiss the Tyranids as a faction of big dumb animals, this honestly couldn't be further from the truth, as they're one of, if not the smartest and most deadly factions in the entire setting. Like, did you know that every single Tyranid, all 100 billion quintillion of them, are all technically part of the same animal? And they all share this terrifying single consciousness that knows everything about everything that it's ever eaten. They're like one of those aspen forests. If, you know, every single one of those trees was actually a hyper-evolved apex predator that hungered for the flesh of man. And despite how much of a galaxy-ending threat the Tyranids actually are, documented sightings of them only date back a few thousand years. So what exactly are they and where did they come from? What kind of tactics do they use? And what's the deal with all of their weird, gross-looking organic weapons? What does a Tyranid invasion actually look like? And probably most importantly of all, are they really as terrifying as some people claim they are? Are they really one of the most powerful factions in all of Warhammer? Or is it just kind of overblown? Well, today we're going to be getting to the bottom of that and a whole lot more, as there's a lot to cover with the Tyranids. As I said before, they're one of my favorite factions, and the only thing about them that kind of bums me out is that they're not playable in nearly as many of the 40k video games. The galaxy of the 41st millennium is full of terrifying alien and heretical factions, each driven onward into the future by their own nefarious ideals, ideologies, and ambitions, goals that are antithetical to the continued survival of the human species. However, amongst them is one that is not like the others, one that doesn't seek to build its own empire. It isn't driven by some lofty ambition. It holds to no higher moral code and doesn't believe, as the Imperium does, that the stars are theirs by birthright. The Tyranids are driven only by a compulsion to feed, by an animalistic desire to consume everything in their path. And in the grim darkness of the far future, every other sentient species, great and small, is in the eyes of the hive mind nothing more than prey. They are much like a galaxy-spanning swarm of locusts that eats everything in their path, the population of entire worlds included. Their advance is relentless and never-ending, and all planets caught in their path can be rendered to nothing but rock in the span of only a few weeks, barely even a blip in time to the infinite predatory intelligence of the hive mind. With the exception of demons, which come from the alternate parallel dimension of the warp, the Tyranids are the only faction in the grim darkness of the far future that is not native to the Milky Way, having traveled impossible distances through the black voids of space in search of new hunting grounds. Imperial scholars have yet to agree on why exactly the Tyranids were drawn to our galaxy in the first place. Perhaps they were drawn by the light of the Astronomicon. Maybe they already consumed everything else that exists, and the Milky Way exists as the last bastion of sentient life. Maybe they were running away from something, a cataclysmic cosmic event or an even bigger predator, fleeing into the infinite darkness of deep space rather than face extinction. These debates are ultimately meaningless. It is simply a primal coping mechanism of the human mind to attempt to gain control, to know the unknowable and make sense of the unexplainable. All while the Imperial scholars continue to waste time and resources pursuing such lines of thought, the Tyranids march across the void, bringing death to untold billions, rendering every living thing they encounter down into gelatinous biomass with which they make even more Tyranids. They travel through space in massive fleets of enormous void-born creatures that act as vessels for the infinitely complex swarm of Tyranid ground units, spanning from the diminutive swarm-based Rippers and Gaunts to the massive Biotitans and ship-sized Krakens. These organisms gestate inside of birthing sacs, their form and function dictated by the will of the hive mind, bestowing upon them all manner of terrifying and disgusting alien weaponry and war gear. They are evolution on steroids, billions of years of evolutionary advantages distilled into one species, the ultimate predators that can change their form and adapt to new methods of warfare on the fly, undergoing radical transformations that would take other species millions of years to achieve, seemingly in the blink of an eye. When the Hive Fleet descends upon an unsuspecting world, it does so simply to feed. It cares not of pride, honor, or even vengeance, as such human concepts are beneath the omniscient hive mind. Their arrival is preceded by decades of calamity, continent-sized hurricanes, devastating earthquakes, floods and tsunamis large enough to drown entire cities, rampage across a planet's surface as the Hive Fleet wreaks havoc on the planet's gravitational fields from multiple light years away. Massive cult uprisings will occur as those who believe the Tyranids to be their gods and the approaching Hive Fleet to be their deity come to deliver salvation to the faithful will rise up, causing the world to collapse into infighting and civil war, rendering it defenseless and ready for consumption. Soon after, two vast shadows will fall across the planet. One, an invisible psychic disturbance known as the Shadow in the Warp that causes widespread feelings of anxiety, panic, and impending doom, while driving psychically attuned mortals into madness. All astropathic communication is rendered useless, and the Doom world is left unable to call for help. Then there's the second shadow, a much more literal, vast darkness spreading across the surface of the planet as thousands of hive ships arrive in the upper atmosphere, dislodging an endless torrent of maiatic spores so vast they blot out the sun. Each and every one of them bringing with them a ravenous payload of hungry Tyranids, chittering swarms of alien infantry rampage across the surface in a tidal wave of claws, teeth, and spines, while warrior units wielding all manner of terrifying organic weaponry issue silent commands to the swarm, liquefying everything in their path with guns that fire not bolt or bullet, but torrents of horrendously corrosive bioacids, voracious pathogens, and living ammunition that burrows into their targets, ripping them apart from the inside out in spectacular explosions of viscera and gore. Still larger creatures arrive, rampaging hordes of carnifexes that trample everything in their wake, and towering biotitans that sunder fortresses and blast apart any that would dare resist the swarm. Over the course of the next several weeks, every living thing on the planet will be consumed before the fleet retreats back into the void in search of more prey. The Tyranids are Armageddon-given form and represent possibly the greatest threat the galaxy has ever seen. If the other sentient races are not able to set aside their differences, if they're not capable of ceasing their petty squabbling, then the Tyranids will bring about the death of every living thing in the Milky Way galaxy. They are the harbingers of the end, the destruction of all things, and will figuratively and literally consume the entire galaxy, leaving it as a swirling mass of barren worlds and dying stars, before returning once more to the endless black currents in search of distant galaxies with which to prey upon, beginning the cycle anew. So with all that said, what exactly are the Tyranids? Well, despite the overwhelming cosmic horror of a bunch of unknowable alien ships that show up and eat everything on a planet and then suck it up into the sky before moving on to do it again, they are actually probably the most straightforward faction in all of Warhammer 40k. They are creatures of hunger whose primary objective is only the consumption of every piece of organic matter in the galaxy, be it microbe, plant, animal, or person. After consuming said matter, they render it into an organic slurry, collectively referred to as biomass, which they can use to make even more Tyranids, who then in turn go out to harvest even more biomass and make even more Tyranids. It's a remarkably straightforward cycle. Although the Tyranids have only been documented within the boundaries of the Milky Way for less than 1,000 years, considering that they come from outside of our galaxy, many Imperial scholars believe that they are potentially billions of years old and exist as an amalgamation of countless compounding leaps of evolution that have turned them into the galaxy's apex predators. Whereas other sentient species have their evolution dictated by the prevalence of certain desirable traits that make them more likely to survive and reproduce, the Tyranids' evolution is dictated by an omniscient intelligence known as the hive mind, a pool of infinite wisdom that can systematically decide which traits to utilize and which to discard, whether they have been generated by the Tyranid organisms themselves or were traits absorbed from other species through the collection of biomass. And I really want to take a minute to highlight that because that's kinda crazy when you think about it. When the Tyranids show up on a planet, they eat literally everything, and they've been potentially doing this for billions of years, and thus have encountered a simply inconceivable amount of different variations of DNA. Think about it. Plants, animals, microbes, and sentient species from across the universe. There are an estimated 8.7 million unique living species on our planet, and an estimated 300 million life-supporting planets within our galaxy. So, if for the sake of this argument, the Tyranids really have consumed at least one entire galaxy before showing up in the Milky Way, then we can take 8.7 million and multiply it by 300 million. When we do that, we get the absolutely ridiculous number of 2.6 quadrillion separate unique species that have been harvested. And that's not including all of the species in our own galaxy, including human beings and space marines, by the way. Not only does this plethora of genetic information provide for them a simply inconceivable amount of data to pull from to the point where there isn't a single mystery surrounding organic life left for them to discover, but by using that DNA, they can craft literally anything they could possibly need. New units, weapons, ships, organic war gear, or pretty much anything else. For all intents and purposes, a species like that with a collective consciousness is kind of like a literal god. It's why they're so unbelievably difficult to fight against. Even Chaos Gods like Papa Nurgle absolutely hate the Tyranids, because every time he comes up with a new horrifying disease, even if it seems to be effective against them for a split second, the Tyranids just dip into their infinite DNA bank and grab a gene from some ancient extinct species that makes them immune to it, and then replicate this through all of their units. Although they come in seemingly infinite different forms, every single Tyranid is an organism of visceral horror, creatures bristling with razor-sharp claws, spikes, and fangs that can tear a man apart in the blink of an eye. They don't utilize technology in the same way that we would understand it, as at their core they are a faction of animals, and all of their technology is organic in nature. For example, all of the ships that they use to ferry their armies across the stars in their never-ending pursuit of prey are simply the largest individuals of their species. whereas other species have wasted time and resources developing things like technology, art, language, infrastructure, society, and vast civilizations. Every single advancement the Tyranids have made since that fateful day they crawled out of the primordial ooze, or some Imperial scholars suggest a test tube on some long-dead alien world hundreds of billions of light years away, have been specifically tuned to making them even more deadly and efficient killing machines. Take, for example, their organic weaponry, strange quivering blades and bulbous breathing firearms that, although certainly gross and alien-looking, at least bear a passing resemblance to more traditional weaponry utilized by mankind, like the trusty bolters and power swords of the Adeptus Astartes. But don't let their semi-recognizable forms fool you, however, as they aren't so much a piece of equipment, and more so exist as an entirely separate living organism that has been biologically grafted to their host. Their weaponry and war gear is entirely organic and comes in a wide array of different forms, each existing as a specific hyper-adaptation designed to make them more effective in whatever role the hive mind has tasked them with. Infiltrator organisms that must maintain undetected for long periods of time may develop chameleonic flesh in order to be rendered nearly invisible, or air bladder cushioned joints and bushels of specially designed hairs designed to eliminate all sound the creature generates by moving. Whereas the more monstrous Tyranid creatures are likely to develop thick, heavy carapaces of chitinous armor in order to turn them into living battering rams immune to all but the largest of Imperial firearms. Honestly, when we look at any given Tyranid organism, what we're really looking at is not just a single animal, but a colony, a collection of separate living organisms, each blending together in a perfect unison of spectacular lethality. Just about every single one of their physical components could be considered a weapon or piece of war gear, from the obvious fangs, claws, and quivering, undulating gun analogs, to their multiple organs that each provide the creature with a particularly deadly advantage in combat. A Tyranid fighter is never unarmed, even if you manage to sever a limb or rip their gun away from them. You may soon find yourself impaled on the end of some unseen weapon stored within various hidden chambers all alongside their body. These can take the form of grotesque sacs of bioacid around the Tyranid's neck that cause even the tiniest bite to be lethal, fleshy barbs that act like spring-loaded impaler weapons that can launch from their mouth and deliver close-range precision strikes to their enemy's vital organs, or even to the horror of many guardsmen, acid-like blood that turns their foes' short-lived victory into a corrosive, bubbling nightmare. If we think of their adaptations, weaponry, war gear, ships, and everything in between in terms of advanced technology, what the hive mind is capable of creating puts even the most esteemed and ingenious minds of the other species to shame. They are able to create monstrously effective instruments of war out of nothing more than organic slurry. And this organic technology, or I guess more accurately, intelligently designed evolution, is capable of advancing at inconceivable rates, vastly outperforming and outmaneuvering even the most concentrated efforts of the galaxy's best warsmiths. And speaking of that technology, let's talk about the most fun part of any one of these big faction deep dives, and that's some of their weaponry. Although the Devourer may look sort of silly, what with its large cone-shaped barrel, the reality of this gun is that it's more akin to a weaponized hive of insects. The barrel is quite literally a hunk of rotting organic matter that houses a thriving colony of squirming parasitic flesh worms. When the weapon is fired, a bioelectrical shock is generated inside of the wielder and then pulsed through the weapon's cone, causing the worms to be kicked up into a feeding frenzy. After they're primed and properly pissed off, the worms are propelled out of the gun in a shower at their target. After making contact, they will begin to rip and tear into organic flesh or frantically try to find a weak point in the enemy's armor, such as a joint seal. They will then burrow inside of the victim and rapidly tunnel their way towards the brain, where they will then begin to devour it from the inside out. The larger variation of this gun, wielded by bigger Tyranids, is home to an even more voracious species of worm known as brain leech worms. They not only tunnel with more efficiency, but each worm is also armored and filled with corrosive fluid, meaning armored targets under sustained fire from these things will have their armor gradually reduced to nothing as the detonating worms spread acid everywhere and their lethally sharp bodies gouge holes that subsequent worms can successfully use to infiltrate the target's body. Similarly, the Barb Strangler works by firing a fist-sized seed pod that grows to maturity in a fraction of a second as it travels. it will transform into a flailing mass of razor-sharp tendrils that spread out in all directions, seemingly instantaneously. When they make contact, they will rapidly entangle their target, the appendages intelligently seeking out the victim's eyes, nose, and throat, as well as twisting around their arms and legs, before, in a sudden violent spasm, ripping them apart in an explosion of gore. Larger variations of this weapon, known as Stranglethorn cannons, fire even larger seed pods with much more corded muscle. These things are capable of wrapping around an entire vehicle, and when they contract, will tear their heavily armored prey apart in a wrenching explosion. Stepping away from living ammunition for a moment, the Venom cannons are something a bit more familiar. Instead of bullets, they fire crystallized shards of acid that are launched at ridiculously high speeds, the larger variants of which being capable of firing projectiles at hypersonic velocities, making them into something of an organic rail cannon. Their ammunition is effective at taking out heavily armored targets or vehicles with the initial shot, and groups of infantry are shredded by the resulting toxic shrapnel. Impaler cannons are another strange Tyranid weapon that exists as a collection of parasitic shard beasts attached to the base of long, harpoon-like projectiles the size of an average human adult. These creatures feed on the internal fluids of the harpoon until the moment the weapon is fired, at which point the creature's innards are torn out as it launches into the sky. With its last few remaining minutes of life, the creature will instinctively guide and direct the spear towards the intended target. It's like a smart artillery gun, with projectiles that can adjust their course mid-flight. So now that we know a bit more about their weapons and war gear, let's talk about some of the different units that make up the Tyranid fighting forces. Now, the most numerous of these units that make up the bulk of the swarm are Gaunts and Rippers. Gaunts, which come in two primary variants, the Hormagaunt and their ranged equivalent, the Termagaunts. With perhaps the exception of Spore Mines and Rippers, the Gaunts are the simplest Tyranid life forms and are generated by the Hive fleets in their billions. These creatures often make up the bulk of the first wave during a Tyranid invasion, and will hurl themselves at the enemy in undisciplined swarms like an avalanche of teeth, claws, and bioweapon fire. Rippers, on the other hand, are also released in exceptionally large numbers, and are one of several different species of feeder beasts. The role of a feeder beast is basically to begin the digestion process early, ravenously eating any organic components that they come across during the invasion that will later be absorbed by the Hive fleet. They are like a thrumming mat of needle-teethed maggots, armored serpents that, although one-on-one are no match for an adult human, when in full swarm mode, can devour creatures dozens of times their size, like a pack of frenzied piranhas. Further up the Tyranid hierarchy, we have what are known as Synapse creatures, and you can think of these guys as the generals and commanders of the Tyranid forces. They have this innate connection to the hive mind, and it's through them that it exerts its will over the Tyranid fighting force. The most powerful and important of the Synapse creatures is what is known as a Norn Queen, the brood mothers and supreme leaders of a hive fleet. They are each around the size of a battle titan and are fused to the heart of their ship. The queens are so important that they never take to the battlefield themselves, and whatever ship they exist on is often buried deep within the heart of the fleet and fiercely protected by the swarm. Now, I'll admit that because the lore of the Norn Queens is something that Games Workshop hasn't really touched on too much in the past 2 decades, we don't really know too much about them. My understanding is that they're not literally birthing all of the Tyranids themselves, but basically they're the weavers and manipulators of DNA. It is the Norn Queens that dictate what form all of the Tyranids should take, what kind of weapons should be grafted to them, and if they need to quickly change their evolutionary path, it is the Norn Queen that makes that decision. If the unthinkable was to happen, and a Norn Queen was to ever be killed, it releases a massive psychic disturbance equivalent to a Gamma-12 event, strong enough to blunt out the Astronomicon temporarily. It's been demonstrated that the Tyranids in the immediate vicinity of the dying queen go into systematic shock as their forms are overloaded with conflicting evolutionary signals. They mutate and transform incredibly quickly, but with no clear directive, and die pretty horribly. When the death scream is heard by the rest of the fleet, however, it is believed to be interpreted as a signal to shatter into multiple smaller tendrils, each of which will then in time grow their own Norn Queen and become its own infant hive fleet. When it comes to battlefield Synapse units, we have things like Tervagons, Zoanthropes, Maliceptors, Warriors, and Hive Tyrants. Now, Tervagons are massive creatures that are basically made out of towering carapace-like shields that surround an undulating and swollen abdomen. These creatures serve as living incubators that are chock full of infant hormagaunts, and are capable of controlling gaunts in particular incredibly well. They issue orders to all of the gaunts in their vicinity, and at a whim, they're capable of causing the tiny infants inside of them to rapidly reach maturity, which then vomit forth in a tide of chittering reinforcements. The Zoanthropes are psychic potential given form, and resemble nothing more than a giant floating alien brain on a stick. Everything about their form is tailor-made to make them better psychers, sacrificing defensive and offensive capabilities as well as having limited systems of momentum in order to funnel all of that energy into being a stronger psychic conduit. Not only are they remarkably effective synapse creatures, but this is only a fraction of what they're truly capable of, as flexing even the tiniest part of their mind can cause reality to sunder and a barrage of incandescent psychic power to rupture forth to obliterate enemies in projected bolts of searing, broiling energy that can melt adamantium plate and disintegrate flesh with ease. The Maleceptors, on the other hand, fulfill a similar role, but are much more powerful than the Zoanthropes. They exist as the purest embodiment of the psychic power of the hive mind, an eyeless beast that lumbers through the enemy ranks, crackling spears of warp energy, lashing out in every direction, vaporizing everything in their path. Whereas the Zoanthropes are basically defenseless if their psychic abilities are deactivated, the Maleceptor is a close combat monster that utilizes powerful colossal talons that scythe through the enemy, hurling bloody bodies aside as enemy bolt rounds plink harmlessly off of their thickly armored hide. Tyranid warriors are the most common and adaptable of all the synaptic creatures. They stand twice the height of a normal man and are armored in thick chitinous plates. They're incredibly quick and have a reaction time that's as fast as the crack of a whip. They act as a synaptic linchpin in the hive mind's network of control, the warriors acting as amplification nodes that extend the range of orders issued by stronger synapse creatures. And speaking of which, the Hive Tyrant is probably the most iconic out of all of the synapse creatures. They're the closest equivalent within the swarm to the role of commander or general utilized by other factions. Each and every one a fearsome hulking monster that towers over the enemy forces. They're brutally strong and able to shatter human fortifications and heavily armored war machines with frightening ease. They're deadly at every distance, some being equipped with powerful variants of Tyranid firearms, while others fulfill more close-range combat roles, wielding lethally sharp bone swords or frightening whips that can tear apart enemy infantry in the blink of an eye. Okay, so let's talk about the Tyranid Vanguard units, which include species like Lictors, Leapers, and Genestealers. And although they are an effective and efficient part of the larger Tyranid fighting force, the title of Vanguard unit actually comes from the fact that their primary role is to be sent out ahead of the Hive fleets before an invasion has begun proper. Their number one priority, to infiltrate worlds deemed well suited for consumption and prepare them for harvesting. The Genestealers do this by going underground, infecting local populations, and then creating vast cults that, after gestating and growing underground for decades or even centuries, will eventually rise up, causing their society to collapse into anarchy, softening them up before the Hive fleet arrives. Whereas entities like the Lictors will sow chaos by remaining undetected for similar lengths of time, studying the population and learning everything about their prey society and hierarchical systems. They will then use this knowledge to eliminate key individuals such as esteemed leader figures to cause mass political turmoil. Or in some cases, their victims may seem incredibly random, preying on ordinary citizens in order to spread fear and anxiety as mutilated bodies turn up in the streets and missing posters plaster every surface within a human settlement. It's kind of remarkable to think that a single Genestealer can cause an entire world to collapse in on itself. But even more frighteningly, these entities will often be deployed in mass as ravenous swarms of four-armed death dealers, each and every claw being sharp enough to tear apart ceramite armor with relative ease. Whereas the Lictors and Leapers are incredibly skilled assassins that can flank enemy forces and eliminate individuals of strategic importance, such as commanders or generals. They can also cut off supply lines, sabotage enemy fortifications, power reserves, and artillery. And speaking of artillery, when it comes to long-range warfare, the Tyranids have developed many unique organisms that act as powerful weapons within the hive mind's arsenal, designed to rain death from afar. The most common variant of these artillery beasts is the Biovore, a squat and bloated creature that launches clutches of spore mines across the battlefield.
I wonder, like, I keep seeing all these
living
images
bombs that
flash
rank
around,
at the
but,
end.
like, why do all the Tyranid Why do they all look the same? Like their heads, it's like they have one head model, and every single Tyranid unit has that same head model.
Enemy in acids,
They all
poison,
look
and
like
shrapnel-sized
hydrolists, every
pieces of
single one
chitin.
of them.
The spore mines themselves possess a limited intelligence that allows those that miss their target
Come on.
to propel themselves around the battlefield on a
Thousands, billions, trillions of different species absorbed, and everything just looks the same.
series of gas bladders until they come into contact with enemy forces, detonating in a violent explosion. The Exocrine, however, is a much larger living weapons platform, rightfully feared for its destructive capabilities. They basically exist as a giant biocannon with legs, every shot unleashing searing beams of plasma that are powerful enough to eat through even a heavily armored tank's hull, superheating the interior and incinerating the crew, and causing munitions to ignite in a horrendous fireball that tears the vehicle apart. Tyranid monster units come in a variety of different shapes, sizes, and functions, and many of them have been specifically designed to excel at burrowing beneath the ground. These creatures like Molochs, Trigons, and their smaller cousins, the Raveners, are deployed when the Tyranid force is not able to gain any ground against heavily dug-in enemies or those sheltered in seemingly impenetrable fortifications. While the enemy is busy fighting the swarm on the front lines, these burrowing units move into position underneath the fortification and erupt upwards, causing chaos to immediately ensue inside of the fortress, giving the frontline forces the opportunity to surge forward and overwhelm the enemy. And even more Tyranids a safe path into the enemy's territory by utilizing the tunnels they leave behind. Carnifexes are probably the most adaptable of all of the different Tyranid species. Some of them have shown such unique adaptations that many have earned their own classification by Imperial scholars, sporting unique names like Screamer Killers or Razorbacks. No matter what form they take, all Carnifexes are towering organic engines of destruction that are completely unyielding in their advance. Some act as living battering rams and sport monstrous amounts of armor plating and knotted alien musculature. They're capable of knocking over tanks with a single swipe of their crushing claws, pulverizing enemy war machines with their mace-like tails, or eviscerating hordes of infantry with their massive scything talons. Other times, they may take on the role of a ranged unit, wielding an array of deadly bioweapons. Regardless if they fight up close or from afar, or take a more hybrid approach, the Carnifexes are some of the toughest and deadliest Tyranid creatures ever documented, serving as the swarm's primary spearhead unit due to their impressive amount of armor plating and, in some instances, regenerative abilities. However, the largest ground-based Tyranid unit documented so far has been the massive, terrifying Hierophant Biotitans. They are absolutely immense, Titan-sized creatures that tower over the battlefield. They're each armed with enormous biocannons that are capable of unleashing a hail of highly venomous and corrosive maggot-like organisms that explode on impact in a release of bioacid and poison that is strong enough to melt through any material it comes into contact with, reducing entire fleets of enemy tanks and war machines to bubbling, steaming slag, and ranks of infantry into pools of hissing goo. I should make a quick note here that there are actually a lot of different types of Biotitans, and most of them having kind of been pushed into the realm of obscurity as they existed in old, outdated books and game systems that are no longer supported by Games Workshop. My personal favorite of which being the Dominatrix, that was supposed to be like an avatar of the Norn Queen herself, with which she could participate in the battle. But whether Games Workshop still considers these big beasties canon is kind of up for debate, especially since with the next wave of Tyranid releases that's about to come out, one of them is called the Norn Emissary, and I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that this thing is going to take over the role that the Dominatrix used to play. Now, as large as the Biotitans are, they are technically absolutely tiny in comparison to the largest Tyranid organisms, which are their ships themselves. Although all Tyranids are connected to the hive mind, the connection of synapse creatures being far stronger than those of the more animalistic variety, the hive ships, the largest of the Tyranid ships, are said to have such a profound connection to the hive mind's will that the portion of the psychic disturbance known as the Shadow in the Warp that they generate creates a distorted perimeter around the entirety of their fleet, causing warp space to become distorted for multiple light years in every direction. This causes warp travel in the vicinity of a Tyranid fleet to become incredibly unpredictable and extremely dangerous. And not to mention the fact that astro-telepathic communication is rendered almost completely useless. There are countless tales of astropaths who, in the presence of the Hive Fleet, have gone completely irredeemably mad, and entire squadrons have been crippled beyond repair before even committing to battle, as they're thrashed about in the dangerous turbulent warp tides. This causes a Hive fleet's advance to bring with it confusion and terror that eclipses entire worlds like a suffocating shadow, a grim omen of the planet's approaching doom. Although the form the Tyranids can take is seemingly only limited by the infinite imagination and capacity for cruelty displayed by the hive mind, Imperial scientists have managed to categorize their ships into several different distinct species. The hive ships themselves are absolutely titanic in scale, some being documented being between 20 and 30 kilometers in length. You can think of them like a living mothership that's part organic creature, part warship, and most importantly, part biofactory. Within the innards of each of the hive ships, endless swarms of Tyranids are bred, hatched, and deployed to the planet's surface. A typical Tyranid fleet will have multiple massive hive ships, though some believe that even still, one of them will act as the dominant life form through which the hive mind operates and issues its commands. Because of how important they are, they're often the last ship to arrive during an invasion, and are believed to play a prominent role in how the swarm is capable of not just rendering all life on a planet into biomass, but additionally consuming its atmosphere and oceans, literally eating and then sucking them up from orbit in the final stage of the world's consumption. Although it's not directly confirmed, it's believed that the smaller ships within a hive fleet that fulfill roles similar to cruisers used by other species may in fact be simply infant hive ships that have not fully reached maturity yet. Even if this is true, they are each incredibly dangerous even in their infant form. Krakens are one such example, named after the hive fleet that they were first documented being used by. They act as escorts for the hive ships and are about equivalent in size and function to frigates of the Imperial Navy. They're deployed in enormous swarms and are capable of being rapidly constructed and birthed by the hive ships if the swarm faces considerable resistance from void-based enemy vessels. However, they are not capable of surviving planetside, and thus only exist in the void, but are known for viciously attacking other vessels that would pose a threat to the hive ships. Krakens come in a lot of different forms, each hyper-specialized for specific roles. They can take on a form more suitable for close-quarters combat, using weaponry like massive crushing claws or feeder tentacles, or even adapt to long-range void warfare, utilizing arrays of pyroacid batteries or biotorpedoes. There's actually one particularly terrifying variant of the Kraken that utilizes what is known as a Ramsmitter. These things will charge enemy ships, latch onto them, and then impale them with a hook-like proboscis that easily penetrates the ship's armor. Like a massive mosquito, the Ramsmitter will then violently suck up all digestible material while simultaneously vomiting forth a brood of Genestealers and Hormagaunts that will swarm into the enemy vessel and eliminate the crew. Although Krakens are most commonly observed defending their hive ships, they are also known to roam a considerable distance from the fleet, acting as lone predators that venture forth into the void and prey upon shipping lanes. As is the case with pretty much every Tyranid ship, they don't pose any threat to a planet directly, as a planet's gravitational force would most likely crush them if they got too close. But they have been known to render entire systems indefensible, as their voracious appetites for transports, space stations, sealed environments, and other outposts knows no limit. Vanguard drones are another type of ship that work in a similar manner, as they tend to range far ahead of the main fleet, their primary purpose being to seek out suitable worlds for the hive ships to feast upon. Now, these ships often carry a host of Tyranid infiltrator organisms like Genestealers, Lictors, and Leapers, who will deploy on the planets and prepare them for harvesting. The Vanguard ship will then return to the fleet to inform them of the location of new prey. The threat that these scouts represent to a planet cannot be underestimated, and if one is ever located, its destruction becomes the top priority of a planetary system. Some other ships include escort drones, which are often considered to be the last line of defense for a hive ship, and normally flanking them in vast swarms. And there's also the Narvals, which I'll admit I only found out about recently when I decided to go down the Tyranid rabbit hole to figure out how they managed to move back and forth across the galaxy. You see, the Tyranids are not capable of utilizing warp travel, and most people believe that this means that they cannot travel faster than the speed of light. However, this is in fact not the case, as the Narvals make this possible. You see, these things don't have any weapons or armor, and pretty much only exist for this one particular task. They are instead equipped with a wide range of specialized nerve clusters that allow them to interpret an enormous amount of sensory and gravimetric signals. Even out in the void of space, they can detect planetary systems from dozens, hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of light years away. Although we don't have any specifics on how such a thing is possible, the narvals are seemingly able to harness the system's gravity in order to create a corridor of compressed space through which the Tyranid fleet can swiftly travel. This has two major effects. The first is that it isn't a perfect means of transportation. Hive fleets cannot travel directly to a planet, as the gravitational force could do irreparable damage to the narwhal's delicate senses. And on final approach, the fleet will have to drop back into real space and utilize traditional propulsion methods to make the final leg of the journey. This last stretch can take decades or even centuries. While the gravitational lane is open, however, the narval's manipulation of a system's gravity will cause absolute chaos on a planet's surface. We're talking tidal waves, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, insane weather patterns, the whole shebang. This can do irreparable damage not just to the planet itself, but all those living upon it, as societies collapse into anarchy, all while they're completely unaware of what is actually happening. From these humans' perspective, it's as if they're living through the end times. And I just kind of want to imagine that for a moment. You're living on your planet, going about your day-to-day life, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose, and it's constant natural disaster for decades. And then it all of a sudden stops. You and the survivors are left to put the pieces back together. It's going to take a lot of hard work, and obviously everyone is super sad that everything's been destroyed, but damn it, you survived. You made it through the apocalypse. Only for like 10 years later, you look up in the sky and there's an entire hive fleet that's about to eat all of you, and everyone's like, Jesus fucking Christ! I'll be honest, it's like one of the most metal things I've read about in 40K in a really long time. This grimdark universe never ceases to amaze me. When we talk about what a Tyranid invasion looks like, it's important to remember that there's lots of different variables with this, as the Tyranids are an infinitely complex organism that utilizes tons of different strategies and tactics with which they go about the consumption of entire worlds. Sometimes a planet will be incredibly well defended, and thus vanguard organisms will generate a gene-stealer cult under the planet's surface for decades or even centuries before their numbers swell to a breaking point and an uprising occurs, plunging the world into anarchy and disabling its defensive systems, thus making it easy prey for the approaching hive fleet. Sometimes they'll show up to a planet that, although rich in life and resources, is not currently held by an intelligent species, and thus they don't really have to take any defensive measures in order to go about harvesting it. But in order to get a better understanding of what this process looks like, in this section, we're going to take a look at a much more typical invasion structure, so you know the signs to look for when you're reading a 40K novel, or, you know, just keeping an eye out for weird things in the real world. Phase 1. Invasion. As we mentioned before, when talking about the different Tyranid ships, millions of Vanguard drones are sent out in every direction for hundreds of light years from the Hive fleet to scout out and find worlds suitable for consumption, investigating every star system they come across for signs of life. When one is found, they will deploy Vanguard organisms such as lictors, leapers, and gene stealers, and other such infiltrator units via maiatic spores, which you can think of like a Tyranid equivalent to a Space Marine drop pod, except it's all fleshy and gross. The Vanguard organisms are hyper-intelligent, as they need to be able to exist on their own undetected for sometimes centuries at a time. Because they're so independent and are given a particular degree of freedom, uncommon to most Tyranid units, sometimes they don't need to use a Vanguard ship at all, oftentimes stowing away on vessels of other species that they know will be moving back and forth across shipping lanes. Regardless of how they got there, the infiltrator organisms now have to gather information, and they do this in a couple of different ways. Creatures like the Lictor will use its chameleonic abilities to hide in plain sight and study local populations and ecosystems, sometimes even snatching individuals off the street, consuming their brain, and thus learning all of their secrets. They have a never-ending thirst for knowledge and will spend decades learning everything there is to know about the enemy. Gene stealers, on the other hand, will infiltrate highly populated areas and create a nest of sorts in a hidden location, oftentimes deep in an underhive or within a sewer system. From there, they will begin to snatch people off the street in the dead of night, dragging them back to their lair, and then give them what is known as the Gene Stealer's Kiss, where they infect them with microorganisms that do two things. They manipulate the target's DNA, introducing Tyranid DNA into their system, while simultaneously brainwashing the individual to see the Gene Stealer as not some grotesque monster, but as a kind of savior figure, a beautiful holy man or woman that must be followed and protected. They do this for many years, growing their flock larger and larger over time. As the generations proceed and individuals within this newly established Gene Stealer cult give birth to new members, the offspring will begin to mutate as they receive DNA from both their parents and the Gene Stealer patriarch that infected them. The first several generations will be hideously malformed, looking more like a bipedal tyrannid than a human. But as more and more generations are produced, they begin to look more and more human, until the only thing that stands out about them is the fact that they're all completely hairless. These individuals will be able to move about society undetected, thus spreading the patriarch's influence, while also aiming to bring in ever more members into the cult. They will often move into positions of authority, gaining control over vast swaths of resources in which to prepare the world for the Hive Fleet's arrival, which, through their brainwashing, believe that these entities are their saviors, angels and gods, deities that will come from the stars to bring salvation to the faithful. Now, whether the vanguard organisms being used are Gene Stealers and their cultists, or solitary predators like a lictor, or more commonly a combination of different infiltrator organisms, at a certain point, they will seek to spread confusion and panic amongst the population. For example, once a lictor knows everything there is to know about the political situation on any given world, they can assassinate key figureheads at particular moments and make it look like it was a rival nation that did the deed. Strategic assassination like this can cause entire planets to be engulfed in brutal civil war, as the lictor stands in the shadows, constantly pulling on the strings of discord. At this point, the Hive Fleet is able to detect different Tyranid organisms light years away, but the signal is incredibly faint. As the Gene Stealer cult gets larger and larger, and thus more individuals are infected with Tyranid DNA, the psychic signal continues to grow more powerful, until eventually it indicates a suitable feeding ground for the Hive Fleet. This process can take centuries or even millennia, as the Hive Fleet is a patient predator. The second part of this phase comes in when the Hive Fleet begins to make its way towards the unsuspecting system utilizing the Narvals. The gravitational-induced chaos on the planet's surface will cause natural disasters to be commonplace. Additionally, as the Hive Fleet approaches, the first true indicator of the planet's inevitable doom will come when it is engulfed in the shadow of the warp. To exist within this negative field is to experience overwhelming panic and anxiety at all times, which will only exacerbate all of the negative emotions and infighting within the populace, while simultaneously rendering astropathic communication impossible. So even at this point, if the planet did suspect something was coming, they wouldn't be able to call for help. Phase 2, Subjugation. Once the Hive Fleet has made its journey across the stars and arrives above the unsuspecting world, Phase 2 of the invasion begins. In this phase, the Hive ships will unleash a barrage of trillions of spores, the first wave carrying a terrifying payload full of zoomorphic symbiotes and parasites, microscopic organisms that target the planet's native flora, causing plant life to mutate at a rapid rate into horrifying alien forms. The forests that covered a planet's surface before the invasion began are quickly replaced with all manner of hyper-evolved and highly aggressive alien vegetation. These include the spine-like capillary towers that burst from the planet's surface and stretch upwards for miles into the planet's upper atmosphere. Whereas the original native plant life, which provided the essential function of converting carbon dioxide into oxygen, is replaced with Tyranid plants that aid in the transformation of the planet's atmosphere into something hostile and deadly. The sky darkens a sickly shade of red, and the temperature rapidly begins to rise. The atmosphere, in turn, being transformed into a hothouse, indicative of the world's imminent doom. More spores begin to fall, some containing viciously viral payloads of poisonous organisms that choke the atmosphere and kill millions before even a single shot is fired in defense. Whereas other spores explode on impact, taking out planetary defense systems and command posts, showering population centers in torrents of acidic digestive bile. Still more spores fall, carrying with them trillions of warrior organisms, thus beginning the Tyranid ground assault. Once the ground forces have swelled in number and have created vast kill zones, the next unit to be deployed are the flying organisms. These include the massive Harridans and swarms of gargoyles so numerous they blot out the sun. Their purpose is twofold. First, to immediately engage and overwhelm defensive weapons and shields. The swarms of gargoyles have been documented bombarding enemy void shields with their own bodies, millions of them hurtling themselves into the shields in quick succession to overwhelm them and quickly cause them to fail, while simultaneously dive bombing into the massive gun barrels of planetary artillery that is capable of harming the ships in orbit, sacrificing themselves in the hundreds of thousands to clog the gun barrels up, jamming up all their components with their pulverized bodies. In addition to taking out these key structures, the aerial formations will surround and kite groups of enemy infantry in the direction of the kill zones established by the ground forces, quickly eliminating them in pincer attacks. The cults that have been established preemptively by the Vanguard organisms will at this point take up arms against the planet's native population. All of the isolated pockets of resistance that for a moment seem to have found themselves in a defensible position are suddenly engulfed in infighting, as guns within their own ranks are turned against them. At this point, the original infiltrator organisms have additionally relinked psychically with the hive mind, relaying to them all of the information that they have gathered over the previous centuries. In an instant, every single Tyranid creature on the planet knows everything there is to know about this world, all of its strategies, location of key resources, political structures, and anything that the people of this world believe may be useful to fighting off the invaders. The Hive Fleet knows more about them in a moment than all of the people living here know about themselves, and thus the mere notion of trying to come up with a new strategy is ultimately futile. At this point, swarms of Rippers and Gaunts in their millions are overwhelming all of the planet's defenses under sheer weight of numbers, and while they are preoccupied, the Hive Fleet deploys in the big guns. Massive spores descend to the planet's surface, bringing with them powerful warrior units, Carnifexes, Hive Tyrants, and even the massive Biotitans. As powerful as all of these creatures are, the most powerful weapon the Tyranid fleet utilizes during this stage is fear. Even if they don't know anything about the Tyranids, the sight of the invasion in full force is enough to spread panic and chaos across the entirety of the world. But if the population has encountered Tyranids before, then it's way worse. For they know that there is no hope, that this planet will be completely devoured, their death and the death of everyone they know will be soon to follow. But what's even worse than that is that they understand that after they're consumed by the invaders, their genetic material will be used as fuel to bring about the continued destruction of their species on worlds light years away in the future. Phase 3: Consumption. From the perspective of somebody who is on a world being attacked by the Tyranids, the invasion in and of itself is a true cosmic horror given form. But even that pales in comparison to what comes next, as after the last pockets of resistance are finally neutralized, the most horrifying part of the attack begins, the consumption phase. At this point, the acidic spore mines that have been detonating across the planet's surface have created vast reservoirs of digestive bile referred to as digestion pools. After these lakes and oceans of acidic gastric fluids reach sufficient enough volumes, feeder organisms that have been pupating in the carcasses of the native life reach maturity and burst forth from their carcasses. These ravenous creatures will spread out in every direction and relentlessly begin to feed on the living and the dead, devouring everything in sight. They don't really have the ability to digest anything on their own, so instead what they do is wait until they are fat and bloated, absolutely chock full of organic material that they've eaten, and then drag their way towards the digestion pools, throwing themselves into the steaming, bubbling ichor. Their own bodies, along with everything that they have ingested, will be obliterated and rendered into thick, nutrient-rich gruel, collectively known as biomass. As thousands upon thousands of these bloated, tick-like creatures continue to throw themselves into the pools, more capillary towers will emerge from the depths, pushing high into the atmosphere and linking up with writhing, sucking proboscis feeding tubes that descend from the hive ships. The towers pulse and undulate as the rendered organic slurry is pumped upwards into the swarm of hungry ships above. Up until this point, the symbiotic link between all Tyranid organisms caused them to recognize friend from foe when it came to the possessed cultists that were aiding in the invasion. It's at this moment of the invasion that a couple of different things can happen. In some instances, the mind control link is suddenly severed, and the cult realizes with sudden dawning horror just what they have done, and they're staring into the face of a horde of ravenous monsters. In such circumstances, they will quickly be devoured or be dragged kicking and screaming into the digestion pools. However, sometimes in a perhaps rare form of alien mercy, the link is never severed, and they march blank-faced to their death, one final baptism for the faithful. And still, in other documented cases, the cultists are never actually consumed. They are instructed to secure and man any Void-capable vessels that were not destroyed in the fighting, to spread out to other systems, spreading the Hive Fleet's influence to new unsuspecting worlds. One lucky cultist perhaps giving birth to a new patriarch who will begin the process anew, or at the very least, prepare a hidden location for incoming Vanguard organisms. The feeding process will continue on like this until all of the planet's organic components are stripped away, including all of the Tyranid-induced plant life and bacteria. This is done through the efforts of the limitless swarms of Rippers and the tyrannical bacterial agents. Once all of the Tyranid ground forces are no longer needed, they will all throw themselves into the digestion pools, be rendered down into biomass, and be reabsorbed by the Hive ships, to be remade in another invasion in the future. The final stage of this process is the consumption of the world's atmosphere and seas. Specially adapted drone ships that can survive inside of the planet's gravitational field will descend and gorge themselves on any useful elements they can find, making multiple trips back and forth, bringing water to the suckling Hive ships. When it's all said and done, and the planet has been completely stripped barren at a molecular level, the Hive Fleet will return to the Void and begin the process again, their only driving motivation to feed, survive, and multiply. They will continue this process endlessly until the entire galaxy is left withered and dried, whereupon it will ultimately leave, setting its sights upon the next feeding ground, untold billions of light years away. There exists a bit of confusion in the 40K community as to how much the Tyranids take from a planet, and I'll admit this is something that I wasn't also 100% clear on. That was until I read Belisarius Cahl's novel, The Great Work. There's a scene in the book where he visits the planet of Sotha that had been entirely consumed by the Tyranids. They make it clear that from orbit, the planet appeared entirely dead. But when they go down to the planet's surface, Cahl points out to the Space Marines and his company that hiding within the rock formations deep under the planet's surface were trapped pockets of water, as well as teeming swarms of microbes that continued to exist. Thus, he summarizes that the Tyranids are only surface-level feeders. The planet's oceans and atmosphere are gone, but Cahl believes this is something that's fixable as the system still has their sun. He says that by introducing water and gases taken from other planets within the system, and reintroducing flora and fauna cloned from vault samples held in a library on Macragge, then by his estimations, he could have a hydrological cycle up and running within 50 years, a rudimentary ecosystem within a century, and something approaching full life could potentially be restored to this corpse of a planet within 350 years, give or take a century. Which, considering the fact that Belisarius Cahl is almost 10,000 years old, from his perspective, this is basically no time at all. However, as is the case with many of Cahl's views, this is at odds with the Imperium's policy that dictates that all worlds consumed by the Tyranids must be abandoned. So whether or not they're ever going to end up terraforming worlds that the Tyranids have eaten is something that remains to be seen. But the notion that this is something that the Imperium is capable of does in fact exist. Now that we know a bit more about what the Tyranids are and what they do, let's talk a bit about their history. The first documented encounter between the Imperium and the Tyranids was on the world of Tyran Primus in the year 745 of the 41st millennium. Now, if you're a person like me that sometimes struggles with dates in this universe, that would mean that for as much of a galaxy-ending threat as the Tyranids are, they only showed up a little under 400 years ago. And they would completely consume the unsuspecting planet. So, fun fact, they were named after the first Imperial world that they ate. However, this would not be the first time that anyone had encountered the Tyranids, as fans of Dan Abnett's Inquisitor series will remember that Inquisitor Ravenor had a brief encounter with the Tyranids after stepping through a particularly spooky door. Although at this point in time, the Imperium didn't have a name for these terrifying creatures, and him and his retinue barely survived the encounter. Additionally, the Eldar have documented accounts with the Tyranids as far back as the 35th millennium, wherein a massive continent-sized organic structure was encountered in the Tiamat system on the jungle world of Zyphoria. Additionally, the gene stealers that were discovered on the moon of Imgrel were determined to be a Vanguard Tyranid organism, whereas before they were thought to be just a unique one-off alien species. There are also accounts from the Helican sector as far back as M36 of nightmarish winged horrors that are described in such a way that makes them sound suspiciously similar to Tyranid gargoyles. Whatever the case, Hive Fleet Behemoth's attack on Tyran is when the Imperium first began to take the Tyranid threat seriously. We know that the Tyranids came from outside of our galaxy, but what drew them here in the first place? Well, there have been a lot of different theories. Some believe that the light of the Astronomicon drew them in like moths to a flame. Some believe, and possibly, that the Great Devourer was running from something even bigger. And even still, some people believe that they have always existed in our galaxy, pointing to suspicious hieroglyphs on Necron tomb structures that vaguely resemble lowly Tyranid organisms. However, in the 2015 novel Pharaohs by Guy Haley, we would get a more definitive answer. In the book, there's an ancient piece of Xenos technology known as the Pharaohs device, and by the end, it ends up getting overloaded in the Battle of Sotha. After this happened, the resulting blinding flash drew the attention of something great and hungry. I want to share with you a quick passage from the epilogue of this story, and don't worry, there's no spoilers, it really doesn't have anything to do with the novel itself, but it's super relevant to this discussion. Far beyond the fringes of the galaxy, there was naught but endless black. Past the few stray stars plying their lonely track through the cold night, past the dead worlds and the fragments of galactic collisions billions of years gone, past the probes sent out by extinct races recorded in no history. Past all that and beyond, there was a night sea studded with the diamond islands of distant, lonely galaxies. Though incomprehensibly vast, this sea was not empty. Great behemoths of the deep lurked there. Into the eternal blackness, a flash of quantum energy shone out at many times the speed of light, a brief flare, milliseconds in duration, projecting from an unremarkable spiral of stars. It was not mist. In the darkness, something of limitless hunger stirred in a slumber that had lasted eons. A million frozen and unblinking eyes saw the flash, tipping cascades of stimuli. Their purpose served, the eyes died. The entity processed the message the eyes provided without ever truly awakening. Automatically, instinctively, its gargantuan, dreaming mind analyzed the signal, comparing it against all parameters for the one thing it sought: prey. Slowly, glacially, the Great Devourer shifted its course. Although all of the different Tyranid hive fleets are technically part of the same species, and thus with the Tyranids the same organism, Imperial scholars dictate different factions of Tyranids based on their different hive fleets, the first of which to be documented by the Imperium was Hive Fleet Behemoth, after it destroyed the world of Tyran and kicked off the First Tyrannic War. Although originally thought to have been defeated, even the entire might of the Ultramarines chapter could not fully destroy Behemoth. Despite their seeming victory over them at Macragge in the 745th year of the 41st millennium, the remaining tendrils of Behemoth scattered to the winds, continuing to prey upon and consume countless worlds in their desire to satisfy their never-ending burning hunger. The characteristic behavior of this hive fleet was its use of overwhelming strength and brutal ferocity, attacking with a characteristic bluntness that lacks the coordinated sophistication of other hive fleets. Behemoth draws together its strength and lunges forward after its prey, often employing the strongest and largest warrior forms at its disposal, and favoring the tactics of a crushing stampede of massive Tyranid monsters rather than focusing on limitless swarms or psychic domination. Around 250 years after Hive Fleet Behemoth's seeming defeat, a new, even more dangerous Hive Fleet would emerge and kick off the Second Tyrannic War. Hive Fleet Kraken had learned from its predecessors' previous mistakes and would descend upon our galaxy, once again attacking from the galactic east. Kraken employs entirely different tactics to the unsophisticated pummeling of Behemoth. Rather than focusing on barreling forward in a headlong charge in one direction, the Kraken instead sought to spread chaos by diluting its forces, spreading out over a great distance and attacking in multiple locations simultaneously, forcing unprepared defenders to evacuate or abandon worlds to the beast as its defenses grew thin. I can't put into words just how much chaos this caused, as thousands of worlds erupted into anarchy and confusion. And it's important to remember that the spreading out of all of the Tyranid ships had the secondary effect of spreading the Shadow and the Warp over a much larger area. Most of the Imperial forces that could come and offer aid had no idea what was going on, as astral communication was completely cut off. Vast networks of comm channels reporting back nothing but eerie silence as hundreds of worlds burned in unison. The way Hive Fleet Kraken tends to attack is by spreading out its tendrils to attack from multiple sides, outflanking and trapping their prey. Or in some cases, they like to feint, drawing in a planet's defenders so a new tendril might swoop in to devour the now undefended world. They seem to mostly be drawn to worlds upset by Genestealer cult uprisings, preying upon the confusion and instability to strike at a weakened enemy. They use more lictors and Genestealers than any other Hive Fleet, and they like to weaken their prey before engaging head-on. The Hive Fleet will harry and probe the enemy until a weakness is found and exploited with lethal precision. Although it took efforts from not just the Imperium and the Ultramarines, but also armed forces from the Tau and Eldari, Kraken would eventually seemingly be defeated, thus ending the Second Tyrannic War. While Behemoth and Kraken previously made incursions into the galaxy from the Eastern Fringe, Hive Fleet Leviathan would emerge in 997 M41, attacking from the galactic south. And at this point, most of the defenders had moved into the Eastern Fringe in preparation for a future Tyranid invasion. No one was prepared for them to come from a completely different direction, and because of this spreading thin of defenses, several different sectors were all threatened simultaneously, and Leviathan was able to move through them with very little resistance. Ultima, Tempestus, and even Solar, home to Holy Terra, being some such examples. Leviathan is not named as such lightly, as it is the largest and most fearsome Hive Fleet ever recorded. And much like Hive Fleet Kraken, the tendrils of this fleet spread wide across the galaxy, thus demonstrating that it is utilizing its predecessor's strategy to ultimate effect by spreading the shadow of the warp as far as possible, but on a simply much larger scale. It has a much more developed synaptic network than previous Tyranid incursions, thus allowing for greater coordination between all of its organisms, granting precisely timed assaults across multiple fronts of combat. The overlapping shadowy tendrils of Leviathan serve to cut off vast swaths of space from any psychic communication, and the swarms of bioorganisms spawned within the hive ships of Leviathan are specifically designed to take full advantage of this. Vast broods of zoanthropes and towering maleceptor organisms ensure that the nullifying aura of the Hive Fleet stretches as far into enemy lines as possible, leaving the prey isolated and terrified. As was the case with its predecessors, Leviathan would eventually seemingly be defeated, the final battle taking part on the Blood Angels' homeworld of Baal. The Hive Fleet met overwhelming resistance, and even an unlikely combination of forces when the resulting bloodshed caused the forces of chaos to be drawn to Baal like moths to the flame, an entire contingency of Khorne demons ripping their way into the physical universe to take part in the glorious battle. As of the time of this recording, the Fourth Tyrannic War has begun in earnest, Hive Fleet Leviathan once again pressing the attack. Although, at this point, it's still a developing storyline. I'll make separate videos covering its events after I've had more time to read all of the new lore, as I don't really want to comment on something that I don't fully know enough about yet. Although Behemoth, Kraken, and Leviathan are the three most prominent Hive Fleets, there are many more that are each uniquely deadly in their own right. These smaller Hive Fleets may simply have not been large enough to initiate their own tyrannic war on their own, or they may have begun life simply as a splinter of a larger Hive Fleet that evolved in a new, particular direction with its own unique tactical advantages. The first of these smaller Hive Fleets I want to talk about is Jormungandr, the Great Serpent, a Hive Fleet famous for its heavy use of tunneling adaptations. They will make use of trenches to advance upon a foe, or dig tunnels under enemy strongholds to burst from the ground and overrun the defenders. Should this Hive Fleet end up being repelled, those organisms on the ground will retreat into the tunnels, and no matter how well they are purged, you can be sure that Jormungandr will always rise again, making them incredibly difficult to actually get rid of once they make planetfall. Hive Fleet Hydra likes to practice duplicity, and whenever it shows up, it appears as a very small tendril of a Tyranid invasion. This is a deliberate adaptation to hide its true strength. You see, every bioform within Hive Fleet Hydra is capable of replicating and creating offspring at an incredible rate. It's capable of producing so many distinct bioforms that it's able to bury its prey under sheer numbers. On several occasions, Hive Fleet Hydra has swept into a sector decimated by another Hive Fleet, and they feast on the survivors and the fallen Tyranid fleet alike. This cannibalistic behavior is definitely something that is pretty rare for the Tyranids. Most of the time, one Hive Fleet doesn't really feed on another one. And recently the mystery has deepened, as it's been observed that Hive Fleet Hydra will actually just straight up attack other smaller tendrils of older fleets. not even practicing their scavenger-like behavior from before, just straight up eliminating entire tendrils on their own. Why they could be doing this still remains a mystery, but if we look at the Tyranid whole as an entire body with all of its organs and cells spread out over vast distances, it's almost like Hive Fleet Hydra acts like a series of antibodies that attacks corrupted cells that it deems inefficient. I'm actually really curious to see where they go with the lore of Hive Fleet Hydra, but that might take a little while since Leviathan kind of is in the spotlight right now. Hive Fleet Gorgon, on the other hand, has this uncanny ability to rapidly evolve a solution to whatever threats are thrown at it. In its current iteration, Gorgon seems to favor warfare that uses a lot of spores and necrotic poisons. After they ingest just a little bit of flesh from their intended target, and they are able to analyze that DNA, all of the spores and poisons produced by Gorgon will be tailor-made to attack the system of anything sharing that genetic makeup. As such, Gorgon's attack patterns tend to favor a heavier than normal concentration of sporecaster organisms. Hive Fleet Kronos seems to have a taste for demons and chaos-corrupted prey, specifically tailoring its bioforms to slay targets from afar with long-range biocannons. In order to deal with these strange warp-infused prey creatures that are not native to our universe, Kronos has a particularly powerful Shadow in the Warp to drain psychic energy from its foe and empower its own host of psychic creatures. Under normal circumstances, Tyranids tend to avoid any areas corrupted by chaos, as demons are made out of warp stuff and not biomass, so they can't actually absorb them. So Hive Fleet Kronos may exist as an example of accelerated evolution to deal with the increasing chaos presence within the galaxy. Hive Fleet Tiamat is probably the strangest of all of the different Tyranid Hive Fleets, and I actually talked about them in a previous video in great detail, so if you want to know a little bit more of an in-depth look at that, I recommend you check that video out after you finish this one. Under normal circumstances, after a Tyranid Hive Fleet attacks a planet, it will strip everything from them and then move on to the next one. Tiamat doesn't seem to work like this. They won't strip everything all at once, and instead of moving on with the invasion, they seem like they want to continue to stick around on these worlds and guard them. This is a very peculiar set of Tyranid behavior traits, as they don't normally seem like they want to actually control any territory, Tiamat being the only exception. And their bioforms are specially designed to excel in this defensive role, as all of their creatures have proven incredibly durable and extremely difficult to kill. Hive Fleet Ouroboros exists as a nightmare straight out of legend, a shadow from the stars that descends from above on bat-like wings to devour its victims. This Hive Fleet favors aerial assaults of gargoyles and harpies in numbers so great that those unfortunate enough to be below must fight in near darkness. This allows the Hive to quickly target communication posts and target command structures with lightning speed, and this act of removing the prey's figurative eyes and ears has proved incredibly devastating on multiple different worlds. Throughout the course of this video, I have mentioned the hive mind pretty frequently, and this is a topic that kind of tends to confuse a lot of people in the Warhammer 40k community. So let's get to the bottom of it. What exactly is the hive mind? The simplest definition of the hive mind is that it is the Gestalt collective consciousness of every single Tyranid organism that exists. Now, oftentimes when we think about the hive mind, we think of some giant alien brain-like creature that lurks out in the void of space between galaxies, that sends commands to all of the different Tyranid hive fleets. And there may be some truth in this notion. An undocumented, hyper-intelligent Tyranid species like this very well may exist. But this isn't really the correct way to think about it. Every single Tyranid mind is part of the same consciousness, an impossibly vast intellect that stretches impossible distances across time and space. The Tyranids are often unfortunately depicted as being incredibly dumb, just a bunch of creepy animals that are driven by hunger and nothing else, entities that act on instinct alone, and although incredibly dangerous, are no more intelligent than animals, with the exception of a handful of units that are given a larger amount of individual freedom to operate as they see fit. But I can't stress enough how dangerously inaccurate this notion is, and I would dare say the Tyranids are potentially the most intelligent faction in the entirety of the physical universe, containing a godlike collective intelligence that not only is truly impossible for us lowly mortals to even remotely begin to comprehend, but may even rival or surpass the intellect of any of the gods themselves. And I really want to take a minute to really drive that point home, because I think it's important, and I don't think nearly enough people are talking about this. I think it's something that everybody misses when they talk about the Tyranids. Although we often think of them as a bunch of different animals with different specializations, it's more accurate to think of the collective of all Tyranids as a single body, spread out over vast distances of space and time. Every unique individual Tyranid creature is more like a cell in that body, that has a unique specialization and role that it fulfills to keep the body healthy. All of the hive fleets, which in and of themselves are collectives of specialized Tyranids that perform specific roles, act as the body's organs. And the hive mind, or collective consciousness of all of the Tyranids' bodies, cells, and organs, is the collective consciousness of every single Tyranid thinking in unison, the brain of this figurative body. And to really get an idea of what that mind is capable of, we're going to turn to an unlikely source, a single lictor. There's a really interesting passage in The Devastation of Baal where we follow a lictor in the novel's B-plot that is attempting to infiltrate the Blood Angels' homeworld. And I've talked about this in other videos, so I'll keep it short and give you the basic gist of it. This creature, the lictor, the apex of evolution, the ultimate hunter, is not just a lictor, it is the lictor. It knows everything that every lictor that came before it knew, and from its perspective, it is an immortal organism. Every time a lictor has ever died, more of them are produced with the same knowledge, personality, and evolutionary advantages of its predecessors. It remembers every mistake it ever made that got it killed. It remembers every organism it ever studied or consumed. Billions of years of evolution, tactical insight, and collective wisdom, all condensed into one lethal organism. All of that wisdom in turn transmitting into the overall hive mind's consciousness whenever the lictor is reabsorbed as biomass by the hive fleets. This single lictor gives us a lot of insight into how intelligent the hive mind actually is, because it works in a very similar manner but on a much larger scale. It is the collective wisdom and experience gathered by every single Tyranid that has ever lived, as well as all the wisdom and experiences of all of the creatures they have ever consumed. And just really think about that. You are a very intelligent creature. You have years of collected wisdom. You have learned from all of the mistakes you made and are willing to try out new things, even if you're not 100% sure of their outcome, as regardless if they go good or bad, you have an opportunity to grow as an individual. By the time each and every one of us dies, we are each a beautiful collection of lived experience, wisdom, and stories. But there's only so much a single one of us can learn in a given lifetime. What if, however, it wasn't just you building up all of these experiences and all that wisdom? What if it was the collective knowledge of every single human being on our planet? What if it was not just the collected wisdom of all living people, but every single person that has ever walked this earth, preserved in perfect detail? You knew everything and had experienced everything that every single living person on this planet knew or had experienced. Well, our brains were not designed to process such ludicrous amounts of information, so our heads would probably explode. But if this wasn't to happen, and we somehow were able to contain all of this data, our IQ would probably be measured in the thousands. What if we went a step further? Let's scale that out to the galaxy of the grimdark future. What if you had all of the collected wisdom of not just every single person that ever lived on our world, but every world, all the million worlds of the Imperium, the collected wisdom and experience of a simply inconceivable amount of people? What if we're talking millions of years, billions of years, and not just humanity, every species that has ever lived? Not just all of the species within one galaxy, but multiple galaxies. That mind, that impossibly beautiful and terrifying consciousness that would be created is nothing less than a god, an omniscient, all-knowing, horrifying consciousness. Even a species like the Necrons, often depicted as being the most intelligent faction in Warhammer 40k, simply based on what they are capable of creating, doesn't even hold a candle to the Tyranid hive mind. It's not even remotely close. The Necrons slumbered for 60 million years, gaining nothing, and in all that time, the Tyranids were out there growing smarter and more dangerous, and potentially, they've been doing this for a lot longer than that. This ludicrous shared intelligence allows the entirety of the Tyranid species to think, calculate, and strategize in unison on levels we can't even comprehend on infinite battlefields across the stars at the exact same time. For how terrifyingly powerful the hive mind actually is, some may take comfort in the concept that such a godlike creature may look at us with a degree of ambivalence, that we are nothing more than a food source, biomass to be consumed. Now, honestly, when I say it out loud, it actually does sound pretty bad. That's some pretty scary stuff. But the even scarier part is that there are numerous instances where the hive mind has demonstrated not just ambivalence towards humans, just looking at us as a food source, but on the contrary, a fascination with and an infinite capacity for vicious cruelty. The Tyranids were my first love in Warhammer 40k. They were the army that I gravitated towards all the way back in 2002, as a kid hanging out in my local game store playing card games with my friends. It wasn't until one of the older kids passed me some 40k codexes and I started reading about the grim darkness of the far future for the first time, and very quickly realized that me and my friends absolutely had to get into this. It was the coolest, darkest thing I had ever experienced, and I genuinely felt like I was reading something I wasn't supposed to be. When I saw a box of the, at the time, newly released Tyranid Carnifex, it was love at first sight. They were giant psychic alien space dinosaurs, and I'll tell you, as a kid who grew up playing with dinosaur toys, even to this day I just have this innate nostalgia for Tyranids. Normally I end these deep dives with a passage or a quote, or something that makes you think, something that I hope recontextualizes what we think we know about a given character or faction. Some real big juicy thought to chew on long after the video ends. But with the Tyranids, it's different. They're simultaneously the most unknowable and complex faction in the grim darkness of the far future, while paradoxically, being its most straightforward. They are evolution on steroids, the ultimate apex predator, an impossibly intelligent entity that has evolved over billions of years. A silent predator that lurks in the dark shoals of the universe, descending upon countless worlds and galaxies and absorbing everything in their path. With every other faction in this franchise, we can see motivations that even if we disagree with, we can at least understand. We find something noble in even the most debased and degenerate bands of Chaos Warriors, or conversely, find something absolutely horrifying in even the most stalwart defenders of mankind. There's none of that with the Tyranids. There's no understanding them. There's no reasoning with them. There's no opportunity for diplomatic relationships with them. They are Apocalypse given form, the creatures destined to destroy everything that ever was, like a giant galaxy reset button. We may never know the truth about what they are or where they come from. Perhaps they were some form of organic superweapon created by a long-extinct alien race that came to sorely regret their own creation. Perhaps they were dislodged from their own home galaxy by some cataclysmic event long ago that directed them towards ours. Or maybe their true purpose is something so beyond our comprehension that identifying them as the living incarnation of hunger itself is the closest we can get to understanding them. It is said that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And if our galaxy was to stand even a fighting chance against the swarm, all sentient species would have to unite together, set aside their differences and petty squabbling, and stand as a united front. Orcs, Eldar, humans, Tau, and Necrons, and hell, maybe even a few warriors of chaos, all standing together to push back the swarm. It's a long shot, but perhaps then not only would the swarm be defeated, but maybe this single moment would be remembered for generations to come, and perhaps it would be the genesis point for a brighter future, one in which the entire galaxy began to work together to create a brighter tomorrow. This entire concept is not only so ludicrous, it's a waste of time to even contemplate, but the idea itself is so repugnant, so heretical, that even to suggest such blasphemy would end in nothing less than execution. And thus it is that humanity and all other sentient species within this galaxy are nothing more than carrion, prey waiting to be devoured. Fighting back against the swarm is nothing but violently thrashing at the dying of the light, desperately trying to cling to existence for but a few more centuries. But in the end, it is all ultimately hopeless, because from the Tyranids' perspective, in the grim darkness of the far future, there was only food.
Okay, I should probably end it here. I can stream more on the weekend. Friday, still got some work to do. I'll see you guys later. Take care.